darkening mist. At the toll of the bells, I'll ride to face legends divine. But where are the guardians now? Our idolized sun has burned out. His throne left to ash, his legacy soon to be mine. Hollow line, new rebirth, set forth a soldier consumed by the earth, burning down, that's to die, laden with monstrous souls deep inside, sacrifice into flame, now fed as kindling, they all burn the same, with walls to stave, off the end, I'll quench the sinner's desire to let there be fire again. I'm a shadow, I walk past through time in the dark. From a treacherous start to the ember's last spark, like a moth to the flame. I've wandered too close to come home. I'm ready now, ready for nights burned away from the sun's glory. Days lifeless ashes give way to this lone wolf afraid. I will carry the light and build on the piles with my bones. Hollow light, new rebirth, set forth a soldier consumed by the earth, burdened down, last to die, laden with monstrous souls deep inside, sacrificed into flame, now fed as kindling, they all burn the same, with warmth to stave, off the end, I'll quench the sinner's desire to let there be fire. Hollow light, new rebirth, set forth a soldier consumed by the earth, burdened down, that's to die, laden with monstrous souls deep inside, sacrificed into flame, now fed as kindling, they all burn the same, with warmth to stave, off the end, I'll quench the sinner's desire to let there be fire again.
Hello, everybody. It's me, Mox, and here we are on a nice Thursday afternoon. And today, we're going back into the curse of the blue flame. And joined by me today are wonderful players who I think are strategizing right now for how to get out of the situation that we ended the last session on. Let's go in and say hello to everybody, shall we?
It's just assumed to be part of the spell.
Hello, everybody.
Yeah.
Mox,
That's
I
this
think
far.
the discussion that we need you as DM to fix.
What?
Right, so Melody's now 6'6".
Okay.
Yep. And the spell says she just grows, you get taller.
Uh-huh.
Does that mean that she, like, proportionally scales to 6'6", or she legit just gets tall to 6'6", is the first part of that question.
Is this about her clothes?
He's been down this road too many times, unfortunately.
Yeah, literal quote from
Yeah.
Chalk is, "Are we going to UV this poor girl?" And my response was, "We might UV this poor girl."
Well, you know exactly how this goes, don't you?
Do I need to roll a dice?
Nah, I'll do this.
Dude, this.
Nah, Ma, it's my dog, I'll put him down. Here's how this is gonna go. I'm gonna roll these dice, and this is gonna give me the answer.
Here we go again.
15.
God damn it.
We UV'd the poor girl.
God damn it.
Oh no.
God damn it.
What does 15 mean?
What does it mean?
What is the scale?
If it's going off before, that's how much of it's left usually.
Uh-huh.
So there's 15% coverage.
Congratulations! I think your shoes or something are like the only thing that's like still there.
He doesn't have shoes.
Okay, then I guess it's your veil.
Oh no.
I haven't even transitioned to the game yet!
Who the hell starts a conversation like that?
Hi everybody! We're back!
New fan art incoming, please, Snoop.
Son of a bitch!
Oh my fucking god. Okay, so like
Try and hide your crap now,
anymore?
bitch.
Huh?
Is that what I'm getting from this?
What? What?
Like her clothes just aren't fitting anymore? Is that what we're getting from this?
They're beyond not fitting, unfortunately, my friend. You just
Is she
burst.
running around ass out?
Apparently.
Yeah, try and hide your crap now. Snoo is in utter disbelief right now. Snoo can't.
Oh yes!
This
Snoo is in utter disbelief right now!
is so great. I'm so glad I asked this question.
Why do you guys always ask these questions?
Don't! I know better!
I didn't
I
know
was
what the
gonna say-
answer was gonna be.
I was gonna say, I saw this coming, but I still let the train go.
God damn it. God
I'll
damn
see
it.
the train going
God,
here.
God damn it. God.
This is how this always goes.
Oh my god, this is amazing. Can we? I think we should roll for which bits are covered.
No. No. No.
Snib is now mentally trying to
Can
work
we at
out
least say they're decent?
Yes!
Can we at least... Okay.
Yes!
Thank fucking god!
That-
That's the only thing I'm fucking worried
That's
about
the
anymore.
15% coverage.
Okay.
Alright? Your belt is keeping basically a vanity cloth, and your thing
Off is
is...
stretched to the limit, baby.
You're-
Does this just mean that, like, you're gonna be, like, Hatros's head is just gonna be, like, your naked nether regions?
Aren't they already, like, in general, like, aren't
She's
you, like,
now
crotch...
20 inches shorter.
You're crotch height to almost everybody, my friend.
Yes, but at least Faram's clothed.
Hey, 10% chillers, roll the dice here! No, I'm not doing that. Don't ask me for anything ever again.
Anyways.
So sorry, Phil. I'm so sorry.
God fucking damn it.
At least I'm decent. That's all I fucking give a shit about right now. I will fix it later.
Okay. Okay.
So which 15% of you is covered?
The
All
bits.
the parts
parts.
that need to be decent. So my
Okay.
scarf, my shirt is stretched to the limit. My belt is keeping my dress covering my fucking crotch. The bandages are probably falling apart. I don't give a shit about those right now. And the net is a fucking net. I don't imagine it's really fucking like hurting.
It's been 5 minutes. I already regret. Okay. Let me go and get the thematic music rolling. Okay. Shuffle. What? Let's see here. This is battle, huh? Okay. I believe it. Okay. So, let me go and see
I
what...
keep trying to zoom the stream in.
Huh?
I keep trying to zoom the stream in.
You can't zoom the stream.
I know, I'm on the wrong tab.
Alright. Okay. So, this is funky battle music, but whatever. I don't remember
The
why.
chaos going on.
Yeah, it's
I've
appropriate.
actually just got like leftover tears from streaming down my face. Just...
Son of a bitch. Okay.
Why
Turn-
did no one stop me if you knew what was gonna happen?
Oh, goody. It lost the initiative.
I'll
Oh.
be honest,
Because
I
train.
wasn't expecting literally the percentage dice to come in again.
Okay.
What does this mean?
Apparently, it didn't keep the initiative. I guess we're doing a brand new initiative, guys.
Okay, pick your tokens.
So, how do it work?
Let's go with pale blue.
Don't worry about that. I whispered something to her.
Oh, wait. Wait.
There it is. It's back.
Never mind. It just
Oh.
returned itself.
Oh, how do I?
Hey, Catrus is 20.
You do like
I wasn't playing
slash.
it, yeah.
You do /W, player name.
Oh, I see.
This is some goofy ass fight music. Anywho, there is apparently the initiative is already here, so we're good to go.
Yeah.
I
Catrus.
think mine may have been higher, but I think it overwrote it because I brought it back.
Yeah, it's fine. We'll just use this order. So starting with things. Last we left off, now that we're finally going again, you guys had arrived from the boat to a desert land where you met Mr. Gecko there. Shenanigans ensued. A hand grew on Gecko's hand, a face grew onto Gecko's hand. Catros punched it. Catros debated on throwing a rock through the boat and then throwing the rock over the boat, and decided not to do either. You guys approached the mainland, found that there were a bunch of strange and croaking people in hoods, and then a bunch of zombies that were talking and, like, just being there. And then Catros walked down the street after being told where a store was, and then proceeded to open a door into a zombie twice before ramming into them, and then all of this has begun.
The most character-appropriate thing I've ever done.
Speaking of which, hey Catros, it's your turn.
Ah, yes. Well. Okay, so, from what I've gathered, and someone might have to help me out if I do this thing, I'm gonna do my regular movement. So, 1, 2.
So I think you're going to want to disengage.
What? There's a risk for the one zombie is going to try and get an attack
Yes.
of opportunity on you. If you want to risk it, you can just run. If not, you can use your cunning action to disengage.
Exactly. If you do that, it actually prevents them from being able to do so, if I remember correctly.
Okay, so then I can still do... If my cunning action is my bonus action, isn't it?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Does movement count as a turn?
No, movement is a
Let's
movement
try.
action.
So, like, if I was to move my 20... Disengage,
Mhm.
move 25 feet, and then use my dash... Hypothetically, can I do that?
Yeah, that would be essentially 3 movements, because you'd have your disengage movement, then you would have your regular movement, and then because you're dashing, your action becomes another movement, so that is 3 times whatever your movement speed is.
Okay, so I can do that.
Yes.
So I can move 75. How do you get the measured thing up this thing?
It's the ruler on the side, I believe.
Grab your token and then right click, I believe.
Yeah, it will start the movement.
Yeah.
I can just...
Nyam.
Meow.
And Katros is out.
Hang on, was that going like straight diagonal?
Yeah.
I think that would be going through the church, which you can't just run through.
That is valid.
Mm-hmm. Let's retry that.
Let's try again.
Yeah, put you back
Okay,
at the
so-
start.
So you can also do another right click to make a pivot point.
Yeah.
Excuse me, can you stop doing what you're doing? I'm just gonna count it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that's turn 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I am there.
Okay. There you is. Alright, so Katros, you just skedaddled the fuck out of there. Okay?
Yeah.
That makes it Farum, who is floating. As last we left off, the curse had cursed you with levitation.
Indeed, so I am levitating for another 10 minutes.
Uh-huh. I guess... You know what? No, I'm not even. Is there anything you would like to do as you are floating?
Let me see. Which way did the door open?
What do you mean, which door?
So the door that we just saw Katros in front of, which way did that door open? Inwards or outwards?
It opens inwards.
Okay, never mind. Bear with me one moment.
That's how they were hitting the zombie.
No, that's a fair point. That's not going to do anything.
If you'd like, I could recommend holding your action to defend yourself or Melody should something happen.
Yeah.
Because you're
I was looking,
limited on
I was looking
options.
Yeah, I mean, I was looking at thaumaturgy and seeing if I could do anything there, really. But...
Ah, fair enough. It's a good use for the spell. I think I see what you were going with.
Yeah, I wanted to close the door on them.
Technically, you would close the door on them, but I don't think thaumaturgy can actually attack anything, so...
No. There's literally just closing the door so it... Even if it just slows them down so that they have to open the door.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah.
I think if they're in the way of the door, it won't work.
Which is the truth, because they are just previously attacked, or had been attacked by Katros.
How tall are the buildings around me?
The one next to you isn't very tall, just barely enough to put covering over someone's head. The one to your right immediately is, it's a decent building, but no more than a single story. Same to the one to your left. The building directly in front of you with this fence and the green is pretty massive. In fact, it looks a bit like a church in of itself, but it's one that I mentioned before for the sake of Melody, they don't recognize. Then the building forward and to your right is a little taller than the one to your immediate right. To give some perspective, and I think that's all I'm going to describe for now, if that's alright.
Yeah.
Doing some measuring.
Yeah. Um. Yeah, I'll just prepare to defend if something were to go wrong. There's literally nothing much I can do.
Yeah, in your
Melody's
position.
already booked it. No, Melody, Ketra's already booked it.
Mm-hmm.
So,
All right.
we've
Then-
still got the connect... You haven't dropped the telepathy connection, have you, Snow? Or is it... It may have... We may
I think it
have.
technically only works when Melody is using it.
Right. So, okay, yeah. That's fair. I wasn't sure if you'd actively kept it up. I don't think so. I think you started normally talking again. So,
Yeah, because she got some confidence.
yes. You got a surge of confidence going around this corner, and then grew.
And then got taller.
Anywho,
That's where your confidence
Yeah, it
came
was
from.
this.
anywho, Gecko,
Yeah, what's up?
it's your turn. You just saw Catra's fucking book it around the corner. They have turned the corner and you can't see them where they currently are.
Oh, guess I don't need help. Well then I'm just going to move 5, 10, 15, 20, 5, 30, 35, 40. We'll just move to there.
All right, now you can definitely see them, probably
Yeah.
frantically still running as far as their dwarf legs can take them.
Grambling.
That's everything I can do.
All right, Melody, man,
Yep.
sure is breezy.
Sure is breezy. I'm not noticing that right now.
It's fair.
Due to my bad perception. So I'm gonna just keep going this way.
All right, move yourself, and then I guess we'll move Farum behind you.
And I am hoping this works. I would like to cast a spell.
Okay, what would you like to cast?
I would like to cast Misty Step.
Okay. And Misty Step is just a bonus action. Teleports you to
So
up to 30 feet to an unoccupied space that you can see.
So does right here count?
Right where?
Here?
Should. That's an unoccupied space.
Okay.
That is going
Now,
to...
What happens to the fishing pole?
Well, the fishing...
Poorly. What happens to the fish?
The good news is that the fishing pole goes with you. Farum... Farum gets yoinked. Here's what's gonna happen with that one. Farum, you're going to need to do... I'm gonna have you do a dex save at disadvantage.
Okay.
Because you have just been wildly pulled forward. Now the good news is you're floating above anything in the way, so the chances of you slamming into this creature in front of you is 0. The chances of you slamming into the corner of the building you guys are going past, now that's possible.
Yep. Alright, here we go. Ugh.
Oh.
Hmm.
All right.
I think I might have just slammed him into the corner.
You absolutely did.
Ugh.
So
How
here's
much
what
damage is that?
it's going to be this minus 2. So congratulations, you took 1 point of damage, surprisingly. So you just got a light bopping, like your leg whacks the side of the building as you go flinging forward. Thankfully, you've
And
also
if
got
I
that.
rem-
You got that overshield, basically.
And if I remember correctly, I know how to do this.
Ah.
I think I'm okay.
you're fine. Because it's
Concentration.
either the damage or 10, whichever one's higher, and it's meter beat.
So you met it. You're
Anyway,
fine. Concentration
uh,
has not dropped.
So Melody
Yeah.
will notice that she accidentally slammed Farum into the building and just, sorry, and use my action to dash.
It's okay.
Wait, didn't? Oh no, that's a bonus action you use that for. So
Yeah.
yeah. So you.
Oh,
Here we go again.
What
D-
is running, isn't it?
Still a disadvantage, yeah.
yeah, but you're dragging me across the side of the.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh no.
Shit.
Do it again.
I didn't think it was gonna
Oh no!
That's a fumble.
Sorry.
That's a fumble. Okay, Karanzi, high or low?
Hi.
Hey! Okay. So here's what happens as Melody springs forward. Sorry, Farum. That's alright! He gets flung forward, okay? You bounce to the side of the building as you go forward. Though that's more annoying than it is problematic for you. The actual problem is you have just accelerated so rapidly, your stomach is not catching up very well to this. I need you to make a Constitution saving throw.
Okie dokie. Oh no.
It's one thing to have sea legs, it's another to have balloon legs.
Yeah, this one's just a regular one, not a disadvantage, so
Yeah.
just a regular Constitution save. No, that's not gonna do it. That is not going to do it. Well, there is now... Whatever you had for breakfast is now certainly behind you, and I'm gonna have you do another concentration to see if you can focus on keeping your spell up now that your stomach's not feeling so good.
Alright.
Elves were not meant to fly. Alright, you kept up your concentration, but
Oh,
let's see here. What's the status effect for being drunk again?
You're
I
poisoned.
believe it's, yeah, poison.
Alright, you're considered poisoned for now.
So I believe you have disadvantage on, I think all rolls. Let me double check.
Farum is collecting...
Disadvantage on attack rolls and ability checks.
Farum is, collecting all of the status effects. Alright, so I'm gonna take it that that's the end of your turn there, Melody.
Yes, that's all I can do.
Alright. Tar. That's gonna require me to zoom out a second. Okay. And then let me see what these guys' movement is. Oh, of course. The one thing I didn't open was these guys' sheet. Whoops. Oh. Oh.
Oh.
Oh.
Okay, that's gonna be interesting. Okay, so this guy's coming over here to see what in the fuck is going on. This one gets to here, and then it springs up onto the top of the church.
How high up is the church?
From the angle he's getting it, it's about 25 feet. They have a jump ability.
I figured, I just wasn't sure how tall the church was.
Come on, let me... There we go, grab the boy. That's where he is. There's thumping up there. I have to like bounce between layers. Those two aren't moving. That is what that is. There's croaking behind you, basically. Okay. And what is this guy's movement? Wow. The movement is a little bit shit. Bro. They're moving up. However, Catrus,
No.
you've rounded the corner. You're in front of the church. Let's see here. Several of the buildings in front of you, their doors burst open. And moving from them are more of these blue-eyed flaming creatures.
Mm-hmm. Oh, great. Okay.
More of these blue-eyed flaming creatures. I need to go to the different layer now.
Catrus.
I'm about to move another 75 feet, so I don't know what you guys think you're gonna do.
They're not aggroed on
Only
me.
going after you, dude.
You've got to run through.
Hey, Gray. How you doing?
You've got to negate. You've got to like change your running around them.
Great. Get rest.
Gray, get rest. Oops. Come on. Select these things, damn it. More doors slam as more of these creatures come through. Rara, I just want to say hello. I'm horrid.
No.
Thank you, Snoo. We love you, Gray. Oh boy, you spent 10 hours in the ER. I'm sorry. I hope you are able to get some rest. Oh, I forgot 2 of them. Oops, my bad. 3 of them, actually, as it turns out. There we go. Everything has been made right in the world.
Wow.
No. Oh! That's a problem.
Okay,
Everything.
Catrus.
Right.
Yo.
I like how Catrus just keeps increasing the initiative.
Catrus, you're up to a 52 initiative. I don't know how.
Well, I don't know. It happened last time as well. I'm just really good. I have incremental. Changes
Incremental
it.
initiative.
Yep. I don't like to show it all
Doubles
the
every
time.
turn.
I see.
Yeah, pretty
No one will
much.
ever catch up to your initiative.
Yep.
Really quick, because I think Gray's gonna get a kick out of this. These assholes decided at the start of the campaign, or
Wow,
the
a
session,
genuine question.
they asked a question.
This is a genuine question.
Yep. They decided to check, hey, Melody grew at the end of the last one, right? What about their clothes? Melody is now basically naked. I thought you would get a he-who out of this.
All butt naked.
Mm-hmm. Ass out. Anywho, Catrus. The hordes. They're descending upon you.
I'm
I think
gonna
I need to
do.
clip that.
I just don't know what I'm gonna do. I'm not gonna lie. Well, I'm just gonna keep running.
Okay, where are you going?
Well, you raise a great question. Into the unknown, I guess. Or the edge of the unknown. Into the unknown, technically.
Sorry, Grace. At that. M.
Well, I can move to there, but that's out of...
Well, you could. You really could if you really want to. I'm not gonna stop
I
you.
don't know what's there.
Do you run over there?
That's a fence.
The serious question is, do you run over there? Because if you run over there, you are over there. I want that to be clear.
Why am I the one making things happen? I don't like making decisions like this. Yes, I run over there.
You run over there. Okay. So you move over to the side of the fence and you look over and you see what appears to be more of the sand sea before you. Immediately to your right, you see what looks to be another end of this fencing that makes it off towards the mainland. In the distance before you, you see a church sitting on the top of a hill with bones sticking out of it. Some great creature corpse basically inside of it. Do you also hear more and more of these creatures growling near you.
Sleep well, Gray.
Well, I can't do anything, so... Anything else?
Alright. Ferrum, you just got dragged along the side of a building and your tummy hurt.
Are you being so brave about it?
Indeed. Yes.
Did you take your 1 damage? Because I don't see the 1 damage.
Oh, I did on my character sheet, sorry.
Yeah.
That's my bad. Why? Oh, wait, no, I need that. That.
Oh,
Oh no.
the time has come.
The timer.
Oh no.
Oh, fuck. I hate that bloody time.
What?
What am I looking for? I'm looking for this. Please, thank you.
Well, guys, I think I know what's gonna happen.
Do you though?
I don't, but I think I know.
Suddenly influx of people and suddenly all on
And-
2.
Yeah, entirely possible.
Cyclops just surprise raids and all of them pick hinder.
Uh-huh.
Would not
Impede.
surprise me.
Well, am I in line with that window right beside me?
The top of it, yes.
Can I look inside and see what's going on?
You absolutely can. Give me a second,
Hooray,
and
I'll
I
do
will
that.
do
I
that.
can't do anything else.
Alright, give me a second. So you look in to, oh, come on. Where is it? There it is. There's the reveal button. So you look into here. You see a part of the insides of a church, and you also see one of these creatures that is beelining it for the door.
Okay, so there's more inside there. We need to.
I could just keep running donuts.
think you're cornered, dude.
I think you are pretty well cornered.
I said to you at the start, if I go there, am I hitting a wall? And you said no.
Yeah,
That
he
was
was doing the
exactly
ping
what I
thing of up north, up here.
I didn't see the ping thing. I said, so you're telling me if I go to that wall and I click this wall on the left, and he was like, no, you're not gonna hit into anything. That's why I've gone over here.
Stress. The stress. Now, I will say, to your south is a fenced-off area that just has grass, which is what that green shit is. It's the only living vegetation that you can see around here. You could try.
I have very good acrobatics. No, I don't. I have good athletics. It's different.
You could climb the fence. That's athletics. Can't hop it, per se.
I could try.
If anything else, that'll put a wall between you and them.
Um,
But it's not your turn right now. It's
will-
Farum.
It's not.
Yeah.
I'm stressing.
I will. Alright, so I've seen what's going on in there. I see that they're obviously making a line for the door. They're going to get through it in the next turn. But I will call to Gecko. Help Katros get to the church, or get to the building up on the hill.
Aye.
It's where Melody said that we should head towards. We should probably try and get to there as quickly as we can.
Alright, fine, I can work with that.
Is that?
Yep. And
That makes it Gecko's turn.
Okay.
yes.
Alright, you've been given orders.
It's a request, not really an order.
Alright, fair enough. You've been given a request.
Then we're going to run for Katros. So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. That's as far as I can get with the dash.
Uh-huh, and nothing impedes your path. Melody.
I'm just gonna keep going that way and hope Gecko will take care of that problem. Let's see. It's 30. 30. So this is as far as I can get with the dash, going around the zombies.
Is that where you go?
It takes an action to reel in Farum, doesn't it?
No, he's with you. You're dragging him.
Yeah, but I don't want to
no,
run
yeah.
him into a fucking building again.
Well, if you want to not run him into a building, you're gonna have to handle this more carefully than just frantically sprinting.
How high? Like the buildings in front of there. I'm currently above them, correct?
The ones in front of you?
Yeah.
These ones.
The small one.
Uh,
Yeah.
halfway above them.
Halfway. Okay.
So
If I come
were to
into
give
contact
him
with them,
more
I would
slack-
start floating up.
So if I were to give him more slack, would he float above them?
If you were to give him more slack, he would float a little above them, yes.
And I wouldn't have risk of slamming him into a fucking building again?
No, you would not.
Okay. Is that gonna take an action?
Yes, since you're going to be using your tool for that.
Okay, then I will do that. That's as far as I can go.
And
So I
Farum,
will move forward and then give him slack.
you've been given some slack, Farum.
Thank you.
Alright. It is time for the frog. The Froge.
One on the roof.
Yeah, we'll give it to that one in a second. That's about as far as he can go. That one's not doing anything. This one is, though. Boing. Okay. That takes care of that. Now it is these things' turn. This one gets here. It can't do anything. This one gets here.
Bless you.
Da 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 da. Okay. So one is right next to you. That one's right next to you. This one's like, you guys have one right on your left, one right behind you. This one can go like here. You can't go much further. Okay, so they have all moved. Katris, it's your turn. You have two of them on you, and it looks like they are grasping for in your direction.
Mm-hmm.
Your initiative went up again.
It's,
Again, I told you it's incremental. Tars is up to 44.
I don't know what's going on with that, but it's okay. The initiative order doesn't change.
How
Thankfully.
tall is this fence?
In front of you or to yourself?
In front of the grass one.
With the grass one? It's about as tall as you are.
Okay. Describe to me this fence.
It is less of a fence and more of a wall of wood. Just kind of placed up above it. Some of the undergrowth sticking out, tufts of grass growing from underneath it. Why the grass here is growing compared to everything else is a mystery, though.
Mm-hmm. Okay. That's what I'm thinking. So if I disengaged from this one that stood next to me, do I
So
then
the
have to
way this-
also disengage from that one that stood there?
No. So the way disengage works is you use your action to disengage. Any enemy you're going to run past, you have disengaged from.
Okay.
But it's only for that turn.
And diagonals are worth. Are they
So
worth different feet? So the first one's 10, isn't it? And then everyone else is 5.
The first one is 5, the one after that is 10, and then it just alternates like that.
Okay.
So again, if you were to like grab your token, right click, and then you can move it, right click again, and that'll set a pivot point. And that'll just keep doing that.
Okay, so I guess I'm going to. god, ain't all these bitches are gonna catch up to me. I'm gonna get fucked up on my next turn. Right. I'm just gonna disengage.
Okay.
And I managed to get to there on my math, I believe. One, two,
What's your
three,
total
four,
movement?
5. 25 each turn. And
So-
then diagonal.
5,
So I
10,
went-
15, 20,
I went
25.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Diagonal for the 5.
Okay.
1, 2, 3, 4. Well, maybe. I think I go to there. I think I counted 1, 2, any that time.
That's your movement and your disengage. That's your bonus action. You still can spend your action to move further.
Yeah, that was
Can I?
her. Because she's
Yeah, they
like,
dash,
only has
yeah.
25
Disengage
movement.
is my
Oh.
cunning action, though.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay.
And then she used her action to
And then
dash.
I
Okay.
dash.
Okay, never mind then. So yeah, that is
So
as
I'm
for
fucked, really, on this turn. But, you know, everything's... The hive mind's gonna catch me.
Alright. Farum.
You've been given some slack. You're floating a little higher now. Ranzi?
Yeah, no, I'm thinking.
He's
sorry.
doing a big think. I could hear him humming in the background.
I'm gonna go to that real quick.
Sure. Sir DM,
Yes.
how creative... God, the fates have acted. Okay, I'll wait until the fates have acted. But I was going to ask, how creative would you allow me to be with the spell Gust of Wind?
Depends on what you're wanting to do with it, but first things first. So, everybody, since this affects everybody.
Spoo's not here. Do you want to wait?
No, they can be caught up to it. The you feel a swell of heat radiate inside of you, and it seems to spread from your center out through your limbs, seeming to radiate from the center of your body, essentially. Okay? For the next minute, okay? Your guys' movement speed is doubled.
Okay.
This is one of the only good ones that has a side effect afterwards, but we'll deal with that when the minute's up. Anywho, so what are you trying to do there, Farum?
So, I was thinking of trying to use Gust of Wind to propel me, but I don't think it's really going to. So, let me put the...
I'm looking at it right now.
Okay.
Well, it blasts you in a direction you choose, so you could use it to move yourself 60 feet. The problem is that you're attached to a fishing line, so once you get to the end of that,
I was, before using it, I was going to say to Melody to release me from the fishing line.
The one thing that's tying you to the ground.
Yeah, but
They can swoop through the sky again.
the thing with levitate that you do just stop at a point. It's not that you.
Yeah, you're not
constantly just
indefinite.
levitate
You're not going
Yeah.
indefinite.
You levitate to a certain height.
Yes, it's 20 feet.
I'll be back in 2 seconds.
But you will allow for that. If I say put it from behind me, it will push me forward because I'm not on solid ground.
Well, you don't even necessarily have to do that. You just choose the direction you want to move in, as the spell says. You blast from it blasts from you in a direction you choose from the spell's duration. No, wait.
No,
It
it's
doesn't.
fine.
It's from a line from you. It doesn't propel you.
This is why I asked, will you allow me? How creative would you allow me to be with gusts of wind? I wouldn't ask this if I wasn't floating.
Because you're floating, I would say you probably could get away with it for movement purposes.
Yes.
Because I could absolutely understand like doing it. It's basically like moving around, or how the characters like move around in Ruby, where they propel themselves with a gun. It's just you're doing it with a
Yeah.
gust of wind.
Yeah.
The only downside is if you were to do it now, you're probably going to yank the fishing pole out of Melody's hand, or worse.
I would take those two words of "or worse" very carefully.
No. Yes. No. That's fine. So, what I'm going to do? Welcome back. We have double movement speed.
Cool.
For 1 minute.
For 1 minute, yeah. Melody, get ready to release me from the grasp on your fishing pole. I have an idea,
Okay.
and I will hold my action. That once I am free from the grasp of the fishing pole, I will then cast Gust of Wind.
Fair enough.
It does mean I'll have to drop my Shield of Faith because I can't have 2 concentration spells active at once. I
No, you
believe,
cannot.
Right?
No, you cannot. So that means move on to Gecko.
Yeah.
Okay, Gecko.
All right. We're going to move. 45. That's within my 60. And we are going to stop here.
All right.
That's it.
Okay.
I am blocking the way.
Yep. Melody.
Yep. So I will use my action to have the hand let go of Ferrum.
Okay, and now Ferrum, your spell is cast. You can
Indeed.
jettison yourself those 60 feet.
Alright, let me see. If I do it, let me... Yeah, I'll go there. Did you see where I was aiming?
I
That's
saw
pretty good.
the points you were going for, yeah.
Yeah.
Boosh.
Indeed.
You're in the air, though. I want that to be clear.
Oh yeah, no, that's fine. The wind is still technically blowing behind me, so
Uh-huh.
well, it's still there, and I can use a bonus action, I think it was, to change the direction. So I have some form of control over it.
Okay, so that was Faram's held action. Melody, it's still your turn. You do still have a movement. And it's doubled.
Yeah, which I am going to. Right there.
Okay, fair enough. Alrighty. It is time for Forg. I guess you could see him from up here now, can't you, Karonzi?
Yes. If he's made it to the other side of the thing.
Boing. He has leapt off the roof and landed there. He's not really following any person in particular. He's kind of just trying to see what the fuck is going on. Boing.
We had another boing.
From another building, one more leaps off of.
Okay.
Okay. This is now where things get complicated. Okay, so this thing is only able to get over here. It can't do anything else, which is now going to create a bottleneck.
Oh shit, I just come back. What the fuck? Oh god. Oh, I had to take my beanbowl downstairs and I've come back and I've got a human bodyguard.
I mean, he is body blocking their movement to
He is
you.
literally my body block. Catros might have a thing for Gecko after this. She wouldn't.
No.
She
I'm
doesn't
not
have
even
such
doing this for
emotions.
you.
She hasn't even got such emotions. I wonder what my initiative's gonna go up to.
I'm assuming it's just like adding that 24 every time.
Turns out it's actually your heartbeat.
Catros doesn't have one.
With a heartbeat like that, of course you don't. It's too low.
He's dead inside.
She doesn't have a heart.
To be fair, out of all of them, that's the most natural heart rate.
Just not having one? Sure.
These two are just moving together, and I think that's very adorable.
They're holding hands.
And they were roommates.
Oh my god, they were roommates.
Hey, you made it to 100. Congratulations, Catros. It's your turn.
Yay!
Gecko has gotten in the way of the hordes that are approaching from behind. They, essentially bump into him, though they still do not seem to be fully, acknowledging him.
He is as in the way as, a door would be.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the door you hit them with.
Yes.
You do hear more around the corner. A lot more.
So do I get my aid thing?
Yes, you do.
So how much extra further was that?
Well, that's double.
So I could go up to 150.
Yes.
Yeah.
And
Which
I
will
don't
get
think
you
it's
off of the
anything,
map.
So you,
Yes,
Yes,
I
you
just
can just
imply
run.
I'm off the map.
Okay.
I'm out.
We're gonna put. I'm gonna put you here for the sake of it,
Wherever you'd like.
and you are now making your way forward. for the sake that Melody, Farum, and Catras would be able to see this forward, and I guess Gecko could from here, sprawling out before you is the remnants of what appears to be a somewhat ancient and petrified forest directly ahead of you. It's all just dried, ancient, and gnarled wood as far as you can see, stretching these barren hills. However, to your west is a clear stretch of path of mostly sandstone that leads up to the cliff where the church is. Now, is the game planned for everybody to just make your way to the church?
Yes.
Okay. From here, I'm actually going to end the encounter for two reasons. One, the only person they're interested in is Catras. Two, there's nothing actually impeding any of your guys' ability to get out of here. And three, as soon as all of you get beyond the border, you see the hordes stop at a line. Literally this line. They do not cross it, and they just kind of stand there, eyes aflame, until the flame seems to diminish from their eyes, and they turn around and walk back into town. Now then, I'm going to change the map if the goddamn thing will cooperate for me. And I'm going to change and update the music. For now, no music. No music. None. The music is dead. Music isn't real.
Like Catrus's soul.
Shh.
The
Okay.
day the music died.
The day the music died. Okay, so it's going to take you not too long to get here, but longer than that 1 minute. With the minute having finished, however, you all do take 1 level of fatigue, as your bodies have gone into overdrive, and that's now ended.
Level of exhaustion.
Yes, there you go. Exhaustion.
How do you mark exhaustion?
I don't think there is an exhaustion thing on the sheet.
Okay, let me try
What does
and...
exhaustion do again? Because I forget.
Mm-hmm.
It depends on the level. For just one level, where is it? Disadvantage on ability checks.
Yay, I was able to get you out
Okay.
here. Yay!
So, anything that would be essentially like a skill check or raw stat check.
Mm.
You move your way up the hill. When all of a sudden, that fire seems to die inside of you, and you feel your whole body go weak. Catras, you are especially feeling it, given that you don't think you've ever run so much in your life.
Probably hasn't.
Oh, sorry, that was the wrong one. Let's try this. Proper. There we go. That's the one. That's the one that should be there. Yay! Oh, is it not working again? Son of a bitch. Okay, let's give it another go. Still not working. Polls. One more time. Rip. There we go. Now it's working. Third time's the charm. Okay. Stretching before you on these great cliffs, you see a church of some sort. Its architecture is not the same as what was down in the town, where the town's buildings were relatively simple. This one is not. It strangely has Gothic architecture with high pillars and flying buttresses lining the top. The walls intricately put together and pieced and carved. Though you see age and time throughout it. The walls cracked and somewhat sagged, flaked off in parts. And more importantly, seemingly built into the center of this building towards the top area, the skeletal remains of some massive creature stretch out, the tail end of it sticking out directly over the entrance, seeming like long, fin-like appendages onto the side, and some peeking out on the left, though it seems that whatever was hanging out of the left side of the building has broken off. The air here is dry, and all littered around are bones and rocks. You all approach here. And everybody make a perception check. Everybody.
On disadvantage or not?
Nope, not a disadvantage. For this sake, not a disadvantage.
Oh shit, perception. Oh fuck. Let's not even talk about it.
Great.
I would have said, like, do I get advantage seeing as I'm still levitating? I probably get a disadvantage because I'm levitating.
So, the only person who notices this is Farum. Farum,
Yeah.
you could have sworn during the fight that Melody seemed to have gotten taller. Now that things have calmed down for a second and you have a moment to not think about the impending possible doom that was besieging you all, you can't help but notice you see a lot of skin on Melody. But more importantly, there's something off about Melody. And I'm going to PM this to you.
Okay.
Oh no. Uh-oh.
Oh no.
I don't like that. I don't like it.
It's a
I
lot
don't
of
like
typing.
It's a lot of typing. I don't like it. I don't like it.
There you go.
Right.
Oh my
Okay.
god, this is making me want to stress eat so bad.
Very quickly. 'Cause how you said it took a minute for us to get here. Bearing in mind, my gust spell.
No.
lasts-
No, it didn't take
It
you a
took
minute.
more than a minute.
Yes.
It took us more than a minute to get here. My gust
Yes.
spell. My gust spell obviously lasts for a minute as well, so it lasted for about as long as we had the aid.
You also descend. Your levitation, I believe, has ended. You're actually
Okay.
walking again,
Cool.
so you no longer have
Alright.
that going on. So we can
Have
remove
any
it.
Sure,
of
that's
us
fine.
watched that Melody's naked yet?
No. I reach
That's the
into
only
my
one that noticed.
my backpack, grab my blanket, and throw it over Melody's shoulder.
Now, how weird!
No.
How weird! Why? I wonder why
Yeah,
Farron would do that, as
well-
no one else has realized.
I've
Uh-huh.
not seen her
So-
yet, to be fair.
Yeah, so you throw your blanket over me, and I grab it, and I'm looking at you very confused.
I
Do I notice
Well-
as I look down at myself to try and see why he threw the blanket on me?
With looking down now, yes.
Okay, with that, she will get very bashful and cover herself very quickly with the blanket.
He's just been like running, looking at her cheeks the whole time. Like, dragged along the edge of a church, watching Melly's cheeks run away from him.
No, I've been up in the air most of it.
There was a lot going on. It was not like
Yeah.
you were paying attention. Adrenaline is a hell of a thing, and honestly, far more important things were going on, like being dragged along the side of a church and their friend being chased by zombies.
Friend, in quotes.
Ally. Gecko, you get
Traveling
into
purple.
Gecko, you get properly into a damn square. You don't you sit in the middle of 4 of them.
You moved me there. Don't blame me.
You get into the middle of a square, you son of a bitch. Anywho.
I mean, I see Gecko off to the side.
Mhm.
He looked like he was in a square to me.
He wasn't initially, but anywho. It's been fixed.
No,
It's
he
been-
wasn't. He wasn't on the grid.
I was like zoomed out like 50%. So
Disconnected from this reality.
Into the back rooms he
plane is
goes.
shifting.
Anywho.
Is Herm still poisoned?
If he takes a moment, he could probably catch his breath for it. Otherwise, he's still feeling tired and he is still a little sick.
No double disadvantage.
No double disadvantage. I don't even think that's possible.
That just
It could be if you were
re-rolls
an
round to
asshole.
advantage.
I don't believe in that, so we're gonna move on from that. So, what do you guys all do now that you've gotten here and you're heaving and hoofing?
I'm gonna start making my way
Well,
toward the
after-
church.
Yeah, after making sure the blanket is properly covering me, I'm going to continue forward to the church.
Gatrus?
Well, I think for all intents and purposes, other than having no hair, I think I'm all good.
Oh yeah, you and Gecko are bald right now.
Yes.
Alright.
I think other than that, I'm fine, so yeah, I'll probably just start moving towards the church.
And Pharaoh?
Yes, I will follow as well.
Alright. Let's get you all in front of the church since there's nothing impeding your movement. That includes you, Catrice. Come on.
I'm coming.
Technically, Catrice is going to be at the front because they were at the front. Okay. You approach the building. As you approach the building, there is the noticeable growing sounds coming from inside.
Catrice will be fucked if she opens another door.
I'll happily open that door.
Be my guest.
The sounds of chanting. The sounds of prayer. The sounds of people. Dare you to open the door?
Yeah, I'm gonna open it hard.
You're gonna open it hard. How hard?
Not off the
Floor,
hinges,
please.
but like Emperor's New Groove hard.
Boom, baby.
Yeah.
What a level of hard.
Okay. You kick open the door. No, fuck it. Roll me an unarmed attack on the door. Roll me an unarmed attack on the door. Let's see how hard you kick open the door.
Okay. Just my standard punch.
Your standard punch, but we're doing it with your foot, but, standard punch.
Yeah.
I have to be very careful here, because
Is
technically...
this roll to hit or is this damage?
Damage, just damage. You're not going to miss this thing. Okay,
9.
nice. Yeah, you kick that thing hard. It swivels back into you and kind of just bumps into you before going back to being open.
Okay.
It's hard to see because of the bones, and I'm sorry for the artifacting. You have no idea how much of a bitch this was to actually import in. In front of you immediately is a community board. Whatever had been on there before, you just see strips of paper. Various bits of seashells and other decorations adorn the walls. There is an oddly oceanic scent coming from this place as the doors open. With the sound of the door being kicked in, the chanting does seem to stop. Silence overtakes the building. What do you all do?
Saunter on in.
Alright, saunter on in.
Catros only kind of just like clocks on to the fact that it's a church and questions whether she should step inside it or not because she has absolutely no interest in religion. So she just stays put for now.
Seeing the hesitation, I walk past Catros and say, Catros, it's probably the safest place we're going to be on this island right now.
Yes, I'm more concerned I'll burst into flames.
You'll be fine. The gods have far more important things to worry about than setting you spontaneously combusting.
Gods aren't real.
The biggest lie a character could tell themselves in D&D.
Catros doesn't believe in it.
Melody is
Go on.
going to walk past you and say, then you're free to go back to that town.
Ooh.
Free to drop that blanket over you.
For those of you who have entered, I'm gonna say immediately, forgive me if I'm struggling to move things around. Would you believe me if I said that the building's technically a token?
What is building a token?
I'm gonna fight it.
Layers.
Just starts punching the walls.
Layers is the answer.
Layers, son!
Uh-huh.
Yes.
It's
Baba
not
Yaga's
layers.
hut, except it's Thalasso's church.
Chet String Church.
Ferrum... Actually, no. Just Gecko. Just Gecko. Roll me a knowledge nature.
Am I at disadvantage because exhaustion?
Yes, technically.
Okay. Disadvantage. Knowledge nature.
You're tired. Cool.
That's a 4.
That's a 4. That's
Nothing worse.
that's a dead thing up there.
Sure is. I
Wow.
didn't kill it.
I didn't do that. Ferrum, actually, you would know what this is, and Melody absolutely knows what this is. Built
Yay.
into the foundations of this building, and may even be one of the things keeping it structurally sound, are the remains of a whale.
Interesting.
Immediately in front of you are a set of stairs that lead up to a second story. Before you are various pews. That's the word for the church chairs, right?
Yes,
Pews.
pews.
Yeah, thank you. I wasn't sure if that's also the word for the thing at the front that people stand in front of.
That's a lectern.
Thank you. You are correct. That is 100% a lectern. I should know this. I really should know this. But anywho, adorning the pews are various members wearing somewhat similar clothes, former clothes, to Melody. Rest in peace, your outfit.
Fine.
Various sea...
Decent.
You are decent now. enough.
I'm decent in this house of God.
Decent in the house of God. Adorning them are various bits of oceanic decorations, like some fish bones, lots and lots of shells, and some sea glass around. Standing out amongst them, immediately looking sternly at these strangers who have entered the church, is an aged, old, ancient-looking elven man. Which, I'm gonna be up front, nobody draws old elves. I had to actually get assistance from an AI to make that.
Oh, dear.
Oh,
Elves, very rarely do you see withered ancient
Uh-huh.
elves.
This was definitely one of those times that AI helped me, and I will say that this is a good use for it. So hooray, I have my old man elf OC. Yay. Anywho,
Do not steal.
do not steal. Please, you don't want to see what the rest of the picture looks like. He has 3 hands.
Oh, please send us it.
I'll put the picture in the Discord.
Please.
It's pretty terrible. But the head works really nice.
Yeah.
Where
AI is the future with 3 hands.
if at 3 hands, it's bad. It's really bad. Like, look at this fucking mess.
oh,
Is that not 4 hands? It looks like that third hand, the hand's coming back the
Okay.
other way as well.
What
One of
is
those-
that front
There,
hand?
for everybody.
What is the front
Like-
hand doing? It looks like a hoof.
I don't know.
It can't draw nails, so the nails are basically peeling back off of those fingers. From
It looks...
The little finger looks like a root.
No, I'm glad that that's what you guys are staring at, and not staring at the fact that whatever is adorning his cloak there seems to also be woven into the material. If you look at his sleeves, especially on
Yeah.
his left arm, it's very.
At the fact he's seductively opening his robes for us.
And I don't understand why. And I'm gonna be honest, I had to re-roll this thing like 6 times because the other ones were worse. This was
the other one.
This was the best.
I want hair that luscious
Throwing
though. I'm
me
not
is
gonna
that
lie.
like you can't even see his ears, so you can't even tell that he's an elf.
I'm gonna be honest, this was the most ancient elven looking man. The rest of them were essentially people or blobs with elf ears. It's
To be
bad.
honest, the reason why he's doing that, I think, is because of all of the not safe for work artists using AI generations, or not safe for work AI generation bros.
Well, good for them. Get your
Yeah.
goddamn porn stuff out of my D&D thing. Anywho. Goddamn motherfucking perverts asking if Melody's naked or not, son of a bitch.
I wasn't. Oh, that's not what I was asking.
Wanting to see Melody's bits, Trinky. I understand. Don't you worry. I understand.
To be honest, the actual question that I asked was, does she, and you didn't even answer that question, does she just get tall, like the spell says, so like proportionately Melody's feet stay the same size, but she's now an extra 10 inches taller, or does she scale proportionally, was the question that I asked.
Yes, 100%. That is absolutely the question you asked. I fully believe it. I fully believe this.
I have stream evidence, I will go back.
Graylin with the
Exactly what I
fucking
asked.
duty.
And then you
That
went
was the
"Is
first
she
question."
with her clothes?" And I would just started laughing and went, "How did you know?" And then you did the percentage dice. You didn't answer the original question.
Uh-huh. Anywho, moving on. Moving on from the funny hee-hoos, into a more serious thing. All of the individuals in this church look in your direction. The members in the hoods look fearful at you. This is quite a shock. The older-looking man just looks intently. Yes. How may we help you? He says.
No, Melody told us to come here.
Melody?
Yeah.
Melody will
Let's smile like an
very
idiot.
sheepishly come around the corner behind Ferrum.
Shit. I literally asked you how to pronounce their name at the start of this, and in all the excitement, I've forgotten.
Meldemiriel.
Thank you. Meldemiriel. This can't be. He begins to walk forward.
As he walks forward, I'm gonna say for Gecko and Ferrum, both of you can notice Melody looks very nervous, almost scared.
He has a very similar expression on his face as he approaches. Katros, what are you doing during all of this?
Catra's got bored waiting outside, so she steps inside.
You burst into flames.
Probably should.
I am joking. I was going...
I figured you were.
But everybody was just kind of waiting. He's gonna go through with that. He's going nice.
No, that was a joke.
No, I figured she probably should though. Or maybe, well, she's already lost all her head to the fire, so.
Catrus,
Stop,
congratulations!
drop, and
You
roll.
step in and you get to see Melody looking scared.
Catra's like seeing goes, ha. Like, just like a little ha to herself. Not
He-
like audible enough that you'd hear it, but like enough that it brings her joy.
He...
I likely hear Elven hearing.
He stares at Melody like he's staring at a ghost. How can this be? How have you come to return to us?
That is a rather long story. I'll just step forward at the very least.
Come in. Quickly. He turns to...
I just say-
Oh, sorry.
Sorry, I just say to Katros, could you close the door, please, Katros?
Cactus just kind of looks at you and like kicks the door closed with the back of her foot. Just like doesn't like maintains eye contact the whole time, but just like kicks the door.
Door closed. This poor door.
I'm gonna give a thumbs up.
Hey! Everyone, please return to your prayers. In these dark times, we need Thalasso's wisdom more than ever. The hooded individuals sort of sheepishly nod and kind of gather together and begin praying together. Let me see, how am I going to do this? Because I am afraid this is going to bork things, but we're gonna shift this to the side if you don't mind. Okay. So
That's
then,
what the upstairs looks like.
yeah, that's what the upstairs looks like. So this is what the bottom of this all looks like. Okay. He begins to head over here and ushers you to follow him. things don't quite line up, and that has more to do with the dimensions of the thing. This building was a bitch to put into the game, okay?
Yeah, I can imagine.
I'm gathering.
As you guys walk, you notice that above you appears to be a large bell attached to a rope. You can't see it currently because it's part of the 3rd floor that's hidden.
Melody's looking at that bell.
He brings you into this back room, which you guys can see, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, good. You should be able to see it. That's working.
There's a bed.
Thank God. Yes, thank God. You can see that. Okay. You step into his fairly simple-looking office. Give me a second here to try and give a better view to the people at home. There we go. Because they're seeing what I see.
Yeah, I've got it covered with my thing, so I can't see it.
You bring yourselves in for all who's going in there.
Well, I will be in here.
Mm-hmm. Gecko and Katros, are you going to step in?
I'll hang out in the hall.
Yeah, I don't think Catrose is gonna go in.
Okay. So I guess you two step into there. So I'll have these guys have their conversation, and then we'll see what happens to you two. Sound fair?
That's fair.
Secret
Yeah.
elf meeting.
Secret elf meeting. He hears the door close behind him and turns and sees that only 2 of the strangers... Well, 1 of the strangers has entered and Melody behind. Where have you been? He says, directing this at Melody.
I've been away. Off the island.
What drove you to leave?
I didn't want to make my mother suffer any longer.
Your mother.
She doesn't deserve to see her child turn into a monster.
There's a clear look of pain on his face as you say these things.
Melody's eyes are tearful as she's saying them.
I'm just standing there quietly with my one eye just moving between the 2 of them, watching them.
For some reason, when you said your one eye, I forgot you had an eye patch on and was pitching something different.
Good lord.
Sorry.
Your mother. Anyways, as you can see, dark times have come across our land. The sea seems to have been swallowed by the very soil itself. Where have you been these past 200 years?
100? No, that's not right. She looks very confused and concerned and like starts trying to like do the math in her head. I had only left for nearly 5 years.
My eye has gone wide. 200 years?
200 years. I can't remember the day, but I know I cannot forget the time that has passed.
What year is it now?
He goes to thinking. So, I think...
I have the year.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
I
you
have
had
it.
the year at the
I
time.
have the year, I can get it up.
Thank you, thank you.
I'm on it. Don't you worry. Da, 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 da. Let me pull it up. Okay, so the year in this one is... So the year is currently 1532.
This year.
No, the year... No, hold on. No, the current year is 1401. So the current year is 1401.
That's the current where you guys are now.
Yeah, or 1400. It's up to you.
It's recently broke the year of 1400 or so. That is indeed 200 years into the future for you guys.
I will lean back on the wall.
I'm just happy that you're still here. Thalasso has guided you back home.
Melody nods.
Some years after you left, a great ship arrived at our dock. I should have known. The seagulls. The great cloud of them seemed to chase the very vessel as it arrived. A towering man and a strange garb crew stepped off. They came with trade, various bits of gold and supplies. And there was some fire that followed him everywhere he went.
Describe this man better if you can remember.
He was fairly imposing. His head was round and, I believe, smooth, very nary with a hair. He wore elegant clothing, very high society. He had these great gloves he wore, but something wasn't quite right with his hands. I barely shook his hands once in greetings, and they felt scaly beneath the touch.
He didn't happen to introduce himself as the banker, did he?
He did, actually. I suppose an acquaintance. He says that directing at Farum, but his eyes move towards Melody as he says this.
Melody is not looking at the father. She's kind of looking at the ground, and she's slowly getting angry.
I'll slam my fist against the wall.
That will catch her attention.
Please. What emotions you may be feeling now? I ask you to... hit the stop button. God damn it. What a way to interrupt a very serious moment. Anywho, I'll get this out of the way then, my contractual obligation.
It's just the way you tried so hard to keep going even though what? And then you used the voice of the character to turn off the alarm, but it was great.
Father had to turn off his android really quick. Hang on.
Yeah. Damn.
Them damn androids.
It's time for his medicine, his old man medicine, you see.
Yeah.
That's called Viagra.
No, he don't have the happy blue pills.
No, we established at the start we're all out of Viagra.
Mm-hmm. That's the real tragedy that has struck the world. Anywho. Melody, we'll get to what happens to you in a second. Okay? Well, let's continue this and then we'll go on with the fates. At first, the man simply provided trade, no different than any of the other travelers that stopped at our fine port. Then, at night, he would speak of some great temple, some far-off land, where he kind of looks quizzically and then turns around. That was the year the fogs rolled in, now that I think of it. Some obelisk that held a great fire. And he preached, and he preached. It wasn't a quick airbend, you see. As he continued, more and more people showed up to his own sermons against our attempts. When he left, the community built a church in his dark honor. The waters drained. The life left the island. And those cursed with prolonged longevity still persist, you see. I tried to keep up with the burials, but the bodies... And then, the faith that compels them doesn't seem to let them die. How you all managed to arrive here unscathed, I'm just grateful. If it's alright. And he looks over at Farum. I would like a moment with this one, as he gestures towards Melody.
I'll look towards Melody and raise my hand up and rest it on her shoulder and say, "Will you be all right?"
She nods. Father Greenland has been nothing but good.
I'll look back towards the priest I mean, I'm assuming he's a priest, but I'll look back to
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. I'll nod. And then I'll take my leave out the door.
All right. As you leave, you notice that there's a little light that appears to be behind Melody. There is a small orange light that seems to be hovering behind them. As you approach, it seems to gently dart as if it's trying to hide itself from behind them, but it's glowing. You can still quite see it.
Yeah. Is it similar to the one that I had prior?
Wisp.
No.
Yeah.
Not
No? Okay.
not quite. That one was blue. This one is orange.
Right. I'll take note of it, and I will leave.
Okay, give me a second. I have to adjust some things real fast.
I'm curious what Gecko and Catras
Yeah,
have been doing out
that's exactly where we're actually going to be transitioning to. I just need to pull up a notepad because I need to transition things as we go.
Yeah,
Oh.
to see if they're outside the door when I leave. Oh no.
So then, while all of that was happening, Gecko and Catros, what the hell were you two doing while they were having this conversation?
I was hanging in the hallway.
Yep.
Yeah.
there. Are you two just standing next to each other, not saying a word?
After a bit, Gecko will say something.
Okay.
I have a question.
Yes.
Are you one of those tieflings?
No.
No? Why are you blue?
Do you know what? I don't even know.
Oh.
I had slime for hair once too.
Oh.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah, sure.
Where did our hair go?
What do you mean?
We have no hair.
I'm gonna take my helmet off and feel around and see. They are in fact correct. There is no hair.
Uh-huh.
Oh. I don't know.
You didn't realize you had lost your hair?
No.
Catros just kind of looks at him and goes, "You pull off the bald."
Oh, thanks.
That's like the interaction.
Right, that's it. That's
That's
it.
like
Right.
it. That's all we managed to get out.
Alright. Anything else you two do? Or are you just
Nope.
gonna hang out?
Are we able to hear anything through the door, or is it like nothing at all?
Are you trying to listen?
Not actively,
Not actively? Well, you hear murmurs.
but it's quiet because when no one's making noise.
Well, there is. There's the essentially the chanting and the prayers of the people to
Oh
your
yes,
left.
forgot that was happening.
So that's echoing throughout the
They
building.
probably heard Farum hit the wall.
Yeah, they heard that. They heard the pfft.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't actively trying to listen, so.
How about you, Gecko?
No, I'm not actively listening. I'm just kind of sitting in front of the door waiting.
Alright. The door does open and you see Farum step out.
Yeah, my brow is furrowed as I come out and close the door behind me. Well, this is problematic. I'll look at. I'll look at Gecko. I don't know what I'm expecting, but I'll ask him, what year is it, Gecko?
Can I roll history to try and remember?
You can roll a history to try and remember.
I'm still at this advantage.
You sure are. It's a number.
7.
Catrush just looks at him and was like, no. The year's 1400.
For us, it would have been 1200.
Would have been 1200.
No, the actual timeline for my actual character means it's 1400.
So it's 1600 for you guys.
So it's 1600. Okay.
So,
Yeah, because I never had exact dates. I just had dates of when, like, I had how many years had passed between events for things for me.
I have the exact year, so. Yeah.
Apparently, it's now 1600.
How is it 1600? If it was 1600, I'd be dead.
I don't know how it is 1600, but apparently, according to the old man in there,
You want to believe some crusty, dried up old man in the desert for what year it is?
I'm counting on my fingers.
considering that the banker has been here, yes.
When was the banker here?
About 200 years ago. Apparently, Melody has been gone for 200 years. But to Melody, she's only been gone 5.
Do we know any information about the banker? Like what race or whatever, or anything like that?
No, we did
Not
not know.
really,
anything
no.
We
about
don't know
him.
anything.
He was a very
just-
big man, and he was footing the bill for this.
Yeah,
He
he
looked
was.
human.
What?
Okay.
I thought he was dark, like onyx skinned.
No, he was.
No, 'Cause
Relative-
he looked human. Okay.
Yeah, he looked human.
Just he was
Big.
large and bulky. Okay.
Large and bulky. Because this was more of Shy Guy's creation than mine. He would describe it as, think of the Kingpin from the Spider-Man Spider-Verse.
The Spider-Verse, yeah. Didn't he have like shades on or something?
He
Something
was
during his eyes?
wearing like sunglasses. Yes,
Yeah.
blackened spectacle.
Colored spectacles.
I
Yeah.
think that's what I was remembering most was the blackened spectacles. So
Yeah, onyx spectacles.
Yeah, I couldn't remember
Yeah.
what details we had on it.
yeah, no, it's like no, he described the banker to a T.
Okay.
Apparently, shortly after he left was when the siege tried.
Well, maybe he's got his timeline wrong. Or maybe the banker's just really old.
He said he arrived on the ship. I didn't get a chance to ask him if there was any distinguishing markings on the ship. Once he's finished discussing things with Melody, we should probably ask him. That would at least give us some indication to the truth of his story or not.
Well, ships can stay around for many years while well looked after, so...
Hey, you three, roll me a perception check.
Oh, fuck you.
At disadvantage,
Disadvantage?
unfortunately.
Yep.
Oh, we can't get more disadvantage than my -1 already. Oh, wayo!
Wow.
Shit.
Damn! Ah!
All right.
Damn, I think Catra spots whatever the fuck this is.
Yes. At the mention of Melody, Catrice, you hear from the people to your left, Melody, spiteful creature. cursed us all when she left. Yes, yes, it's her fault. That's all this is here. Yes, Greenland is too soft on the girl. They seem to be speaking in whisper, but you managed to overhear this. You're keen to keeping aware of your surroundings, at least in theory. You were taught to.
I'm gonna quick ask Farum. Did Melody say why she left?
Something about not wanting her mother to suffer.
Interesting. And Katros kind of like starts to walk towards the group that are whispering about Melody.
Ooh. What are you two doing while they do this?
I'm still counting, and I'm getting more and more, like, upset as I keep counting higher.
Can I borrow your finger? There's a joke. There's a joke.
Yeah, no. So, just kind of whisper to Gecko. Gecko, be ready. That trouble could be starting. Try and avert this at the very least.
Dude, I am so late. I need to go home.
Just hold a moment. I'll try and swiftly catch up to Katros and like grab her by the shoulder and just whisper in her, "What do you think you're doing?"
I look up at him and go, "Don't you worry. I'm not going to do anything bad in a church."
You know, I don't know what's more terrible. The fact that Katros is self-aware to it, or that there's apparently a standard of nothing bad in a church down in there.
Well, she's convinced that she's going to burst into flames in a church, so she's like, if I do anything wrong in it, she'll die.
I don't believe in the gods. The gods are bullshit, but I do fear the gods.
She doesn't fear the gods, she just fears her own personality more than anything.
But, listen, gods aren't real, but belief is, and I believe I will burst into flames in this church.
Pretty much. You'll just be smited even by the people who live, like, are in the church. She's like,
That's weird. There is also one spot, and it's not counting your thing. Hold on, let me... Apparently,
Wait,
I
what?
need to restart that.
What? Oh.
What?
Oh, another destiny.
Yeah, and it's borked up again.
I don't
Oh, this
understand.
is surprising.
This poll worked so good the first time we did this, and now it is causing me major problems. Let's see here. Okay, that does seem to be working. God, I hope it do. Anywho.
Oh, I can't send another message because I've already sent that.
Ah. Yeah, apparently the number 1 spot doesn't work.
Huh.
And I don't...
No.
Weird. Maybe
Oh no!
but
What
How
a
will I
shame.
Anywho, we'll deal with
Huh.
that
Yeah.
later. That's really weird, Trinky. Apparently you are immune
Yeah.
to
No,
destiny
no.
right now.
Heaven forbid.
They're in a church. They're protected.
Alright.
Divine intervention.
Divine intervention. Anywho, Katros, approach the huddled masses. They spy you. You can see them side-eyeing you as you approach, but they seem to try and not give you attention.
Uh-huh. Don't side-eye me. Look, see. I happen to overhear with my little dwarf ears.
Oh, she's a
You
dwarf.
guys bad-mouthing Melody. Now, I'm
just
not
looking on
Melody's
perplexed at the
biggest
moment.
fan. But I gotta know, what problem have you got with her?
Cursed child, demon child, monster child.
She is a monster.
Curse upon the land. She left and brought the plague with her. Terrible, terrible things happened. All terrible things happened. Where that child goes, pain follows.
She brings me pain on this entire journey.
I'm just, yeah, I'm just watching still.
So, what did she do then? Her leaving was the problem?
She was born and brought in this terrible, terrible curse upon her family. Curse upon Thalasso himself.
What kind of curse?
Her body merged with the sea. Greyland things no one knows. We all know.
Am I able to at least hear what they're talking, or are they still in whispered tones?
They're still speaking in whispered tones, but you're now paying attention, so I'm not going to make you perceive this. Gecko might if he's still counting, though.
I have stopped counting. I'm actually listening after seeing Ferrum walk away.
Okay.
So, I don't like Melody. And I agree, she brings much pain where she goes. But what's the old guy's thing with her?
Too soft on her, too gentle on her, his old ways.
In what ways is he too soft on her?
Kept her locked away, kept her locked in the bell tower, the belfry. Separated her from justice.
So she deserved to be punished? I could punish her.
Would
I'm
you?
not saying I will. But
Atros.
I said I wouldn't. I'm just saying, but I could.
They all kind of huddle around each other and look at one another. And they kind of nod.
So she does deserve to be punished.
Perhaps. Perhaps if this one would be willing.
And what kind of punishment would you deem fair?
If she was to be cast into the great sands, perhaps the waters will return. Yes, the waters. Her death could bring us back to salvation. Yes. The lasso's will upon her.
I'll see what I can make happen. And Catra shuffles back towards Farum. Catros like nudges into Farum quite hard.
Just kind of shunts to the side as you nudge me.
Catra starts looking up with you with like a dead evil eye.
What did you just agree to?
Nothing. But these people, fucking weird. They, now look, I would be very up for this agreement, trust me. I would love to bury Melody in the sand and kill her, but unfortunately I don't think you're going to let me do that, and since I have an agreement with you, I'm gonna have to stick to it. So, they want to kill her. They'd like me to do it. That doesn't mean I will.
I say this just a little bit loudly that killing her won't bring back the water. I'm looking at Catros as though we're having a conversation, but enough that they could, if they're listening, could overhear.
You're directing it. You're speaking it to Catros, but directing it towards them.
Yeah, killing her won't bring back the water.
Well, I know that. I'm not stupid, but they are.
They are. Well, as I said, it is, yeah.
I wondered what.
They are
But trust me.
strong in. They're
It's an
strong in their
appealing offer
belief.
to kill her. I could have my own cult.
Good lord.
God damn it. Says the one, well, not, what is it? I'm not sure. Gecko's not religious, is he?
Are you asking Gecko or are you asking me?
No, I'm asking you.
No.
No. So one of the two people who aren't religious suddenly wanting a cult or suddenly getting a cult, yeah, that checks.
I knew I didn't burst into flames for a reason.
Good lord.
They said she
kind of
was
just-
evil and deserved to be punished.
No, that's not true.
Yeah, honestly, she's been kind of nicer than you, so.
I'm just saying what the creepy, stupid people said.
They've huddled back together and are whispering things to each other again.
They're referring. I only caught a glimpse of it, but they're referring possibly to a lineage. I can't confirm much.
Do we?
But
No, you finished. Sorry.
I was saying, I know, I just trailing off with the butt. So
Can
So
we only see their hoods?
you couldn't see underneath their hoods when you were approaching them. They appear to have elvish features.
Okay.
I am going to have to pull Snoo aside and have this talk in a separate channel. But if you guys,
Good squirrel.
yeah, if you guys want to continue your discussions on things here, you're welcome to. I'll.
yeah,
You could probably use the in-game like chat function,
True. That would probably
and that way
work
it'll
well.
still show up on stream.
So, Snoo, I'll see you down in glitch text. Hello.
Hello.
So while all that was happening,
Yep.
as Farum leaves and the door closes, the father seems to count before exhaling and taking a step closer. I see you've continued with your horns.
He reaches up and touches where they are, and yes, I have
And
every morning.
your teeth?
Still sharp. She will pull her scarf down.
He looks them over, and he looks you over. Good. You wouldn't happen to have seen your mother, have you?
Shakes her head. Is she still alive?
She has gone off to see your father.
I see.
This was some years ago. Let me see here. Let me see something. Okay. That's all.
Okay.
Since your friend seemed to know of this banker, where have you been?
I spent a time in a cave by the shore, and then I boarded onto a ship and left.
Was it that child you spent all that time with who assisted you?
She nods, but he didn't know I boarded the ship.
My only regret is that you did not come to me during any of this. But I suppose what's done is done. He seems to glance around things. It's in these dark times we can only rely on Thalasso's love.
Yes, She struggles to find any words and instead will go and pull out the shell. I have spoken to the Lord.
Spoken. Direct
She nods.
commune?
She nods. I have agreed to follow his will in repentance for my existence. She holds the shell out to Greenland.
Greenland
I hear his
doesn't take the
hear
shell.
his voice through the shell. Well, she's not holding it out for him to take, but she's showing it to him. I hear his voice through this shell. And have for roughly 2-3 years now.
And you're quite certain.
She nods.
He looks sternly at the shell. He looks back at you. It's clear that this is a lot to take in. This has been a lot to take in today for this old man.
Mm-hmm.
Then I suppose I will have to trust in his guidance. But this isn't... You're not following the path of John, are you?
No, of course not.
And remember the teachings. Don't allow such prides to cause a disaster.
Myself humble.
He nods. Well, it's about that time in the day. As you've returned, would you do the honors of ringing the bell?
She will nod.
And perhaps you may find some of your belongings in your room. As he's kind of looking at you, he's definitely taking notice to why you appear to be in a blanket.
Mm-hmm.
What do you do?
She will give a bow to Greenland and head towards the door.
All right.
And she will grab the doorknob, but pause and look at him, and I am happy to see you again. And she will reaffix her scarf.
As am I. As am I. Let's rejoin everybody.
Yeah, and then that got destroyed when I was 4, so.
We're back, bitches.
Hello.
Hello.
What happened when? What got destroyed when you were 4?
It was 4.
Oh, we're talking about years of things. We were
Yeah.
like
We're
making
trying to create a timeline.
You're building a timeline over here.
Oh,
Yeah.
and Gecko's counted to 47.
Wow. How many hands do you have to count that on?
Several.
Several. Speaking of Gecko, the Fates. The
Yeah.
Fates. And I have to see which one of these two things it is. Even, odd. Odd. Alrighty then. Which means it is time to get wild.
Would rather you
Going to
just
be Wild
shot me.
starts playing. I'd rather you just shot me.
Okay. Okay. Give me a second.
Oh,
Uh-huh.
no, I was going to say something and realised it didn't matter.
Roll me a D100 there, Chalk.
Oh man, a D100.
Sounds fun. Hey, Gray.
74.
74.
Yeah?
Oh no.
Um,
No, I hate that
Greg,
laugh.
going back up the board.
Okay.
Roll again. Roll again.
1, 2, 3, 4. Fuck, of course it's 4. Of course it's 4.
I don't
I
like,
like
this
that your name is
part.
now Skeleton.
Yeah.
It's probably for the best. Okay, apparently I have to do this individually. Hooray! So, Gecko, as you are standing there counting to 47, I think it was.
I've stopped counting at this point.
Okay, the door opens behind you, and Melody steps out. I'm sure you look a little emotional over there.
Yeah.
When you feel a sudden flash of heat seeming to radiate from your palm where the little face is,
Okay.
and you all see as this dancing flame sort of schmoves from Gecko over to the hooded figures. And then they start to stand and swerve uneasily. Their chanting has become more erratic. And that's all I'm gonna say.
So Cranberry's gone?
No, Cranberry's still there,
Oh, okay.
but something has just happened, seemingly from your hand. Though, in all of fairness, it was just an extension of the ability. It had nothing to do with the little face there itself, but you may not know that.
No.
Alright, so Melody steps out. That happens.
And yep. She is going to walk past everybody. Now, as a player, because this is the first time of me actually seeing what the church looks like. Where is she going?
So you're going to be going to, what is it? These stairs.
Melody goes around the whole party and starts going up the stairs. She
Ah.
walks very quickly past the hooded figures, if she can.
You do. As you do, seemingly unafraid to hide their disdain for you, they call out for you to as a witch, nasty creature as you move.
That she will hurry quicker up the stairs.
Okay, hold on. Everybody else, what are you guys doing?
Catrus is gonna just keep staring at the one people with the hoods.
Second floor. He's below. He is not suddenly on the second floor either.
Oh yeah.
Did not
He's ascending.
Yeah. God has taken him.
The Lord has chosen him. Anyway, so I'm assuming I'm going up this ladder.
Yes, that ladder leads to your former room. So give me a second. Because layers. Like an onion.
Layers.
Ogres have layers.
Hey, there's
Oh,
the
just
bell.
Greenland's token.
Look, it's the bell.
That's a bell, alright.
That is a bell over there. His token. He's gonna go
Greenland's
outside now.
token.
He's outside now.
Yeah.
Oh no, he's fallen off the cliff. Help a man
Oh,
has
no.
fallen into the river in
Oh,
Lego
that's the
City.
cliff? Okay.
Yes,
Fallen and he can't get up.
yes.
Well, Melody will step inside the very familiar, small, cramped room.
What is everybody else doing? This is open. So it's like all of you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, mostly I'm just staring at the hooded people. Like, watching them and what they're doing.
They seem to be a little belligerent.
Fuck, my mouse!
You okay?
I heard a crash from like in
Same.
from real life.
The ball rolled all the way down the hall.
That's what you get for using a ball mouse.
You use a ball mouse?
Snoo uses a ball mouse, yes.
Ball mouse?
No,
Fucking
judgment.
trackball.
Is it one of the
Well,
balls
do you know what,
in
honestly,
your palm?
I'd accept that over one of the mouses where it's like the vertical mouse that's meant to be like more like ergonomic. No.
We can discuss our gear later.
Yeah, I'm just watching them.
Okay. Farum and
Alright,
Gecko.
I'm gonna just reposition myself, kind of more in front of the group, and just kind of cross my arms and look at them
Disappointingly.
Alright.
menacingly.
Menacingly. menacing.
I'm gonna look at those two and it's like, please try and keep out of trouble.
Cat
And I'm going to-
Oh no.
Gone. No, gone.
No, you go. No,
Gone.
you go.
I was just going to start turning and start heading back towards the small room. So if you want to say something,
Oh, well, Catrus was gonna turn and look at Gecko, and then just be and like give him like a slight shove and be like, "Don't scare my potential cult friends."
But they're saying mean stuff. I should like do something about that.
Don't do anything about it in the church.
Well, I could easily drag them outside.
Then that's fine.
oh my god.
But they're my
Um,
but they're my new friends, so just like give me a minute and I'll work with them.
Yeah, I'm gonna head back to the small room where the old man was and just
Okay.
knock on it. Knock on the door.
You hear from the other side, you may enter.
Alright, I'll step through.
Okay. We'll deal with that in a second.
Yep.
Melody. You step into the room. It is literally exactly as you left it, and everything in here does appear to have bits of dust clinging around. You do see a trail from the entryway over to where the rope is for ringing the bell, as someone does come in here and do so, but it seems they've left the room undisturbed.
Yeah, they come in here to ring the bell and that's it.
Mm-hmm. The matting, the long since remains of a candle, small bobs and ends, and a set of playing cards as your main companion from up here, and a small chest in the corner.
Go up in the chest.
Inside, you see fairly aged and raggedy church garb, as you remember.
Does it look like it'll still fit?
It looks like it's going to be a tight fit.
Better than what I currently have.
Of nothing, really. A small crab, clinging to you desperately, seems to be much more... They're thankful for the new clothes that you are donning, as what you had before made it difficult for them to live.
Yeah, I'm gonna give Sabine the Second some water. I'm sure they need some.
They need some. It's pretty dry out here. They sort of drink it down as best they can and seemingly let it sit on them.
Soak into their gills.
Mm-hmm.
Well, once the robes are fitting properly, I will
As best as they
head over
can.
to the rope as fast as I can. I will head over to the rope and do the task that is most familiar to me.
And ring the bell.
Yep, I will ring the bell.
Your hand touches the rope. And an orange light that had been hiding behind you spirals up the rope to the bell.
She pauses to look at the light because that's a little concerning.
The
Does
bell.
it seem like it's doing anything?
It goes inside the bell, and the bell rings.
Oh.
Bong! Bong! The church bell rings. All of the hooded figures below seem to hold their hands against their ears, pained by the ringing of the bell. And for the three members who are currently able to see this, a symbol appears on the bell. It's one that you're all familiar with. It's the same symbol that's on Ferrum's eye patch.
Wait, so who sees this? Because I've walked up.
Only me and
I walked away.
Gecko, I think.
Gecko, Katros, and Melody.
Oh, Melody can see it from that.
Which... That was not always there, right? Is that from the light, or is that on the bell itself?
It does appear to be on the bell itself.
So within the last 200 years, something's happened. So Catra shuffles over to her new besties. Hello, friends, who I will help with their request.
They're damnable bells.
Why do you not like the bells?
Pain.
Why
Head hurt.
Why does it make your head hurt?
As a dwarf, you are familiar with the signs of someone who's been doing a bit of drinking. All of these individuals seem to be showcasing the features of someone who's a little drunk, as if they've got the nice rosy cheeks. They have a faint smell of alcohol all over them, though despite not having this before. And it appears that they might be experiencing the low parts of being drunk, like immediately the aftermath of a hangover.
Friends, did you drink without me?
Oh, consumption of the alcohol. Damnable bell. They all seem to take a seat in various things, each in their own way, trying to stop the reverberating sounds piercing their ears.
Right. Friends, I understand you are in pain, but if you want me to help you end Melody, you must tell me. What is that symbol on the bell?
No, not. It's a bell.
It's just a bell.
It's a bell.
How long's the bell been there?
Since the church has been here. They are holding their ears.
The bells just keep. This just hasn't stopped ringing.
It has, actually. It only rang a couple
Okay.
of times.
It only rang twice, but it hurt their head.
Cat just kind of looks at them and goes, useless, and turns around and walks back.
Alright. Gecko, you gonna do anything?
I'm just gonna pace like a caged lion looking at these guys, just kind of like occasionally cracking my knuckles and giving them the stink eye.
I see. Intimidation tactics.
Yes.
If they weren't in pain, they probably would pay more attention to it.
Gecko, remember what I said about in the church?
And I said I'd drag them outside if they start something.
Good boy.
I'm not a dog.
You are to catch Ross.
Farum,
Yes.
you step in to speak with the father.
My apologies. We didn't have time for a proper introduction before.
Hold on. Let me just move some things around.
Sure.
Now you guys can properly be in here.
Yeah.
Let me go to the DM layer so I can move these things aside because I have these other layers in the way. Okay. Oh no, Melody. You've been flung.
Melody's on the rocks.
No. There they go.
Cliff with ye,
Be gone.
as God intended.
Yeet speaks God.
And so saith the Lord. Yeet.
So, as you were.
Yes. Yes. My apologies. We never had a chance for proper introductions before.
No, I
my
suppose
name-
we had not.
I'm Farian Knightsbury, and I'll extend my hand.
I'm Father Graylin. He extends his hand, and you shake.
Grayland, did you say?
Grainland.
I'm just noting this down. So just
It's in the
Oh,
chat.
thank you.
It's in the chat.
yeah.
Like Greenland, but, you know, Greenland.
Yeah.
Grainland. just feels weird to say it like that, you know.
Say it like Greenland?
Yes. I feel like I'm doing a SpongeBob bit and shouting Finland.
But that's literally the name. I
Yes.
took the name Greenland and fucked it up.
Yeah. Anywho.
Was everything okay? Melody rushed past us as she left. I'm not going to pry too much into
I
personal conversations, but
asked her to ring the bell. It was her former duties at the church. Oh, hey, we're being raided by Sileps. Hi, Sileps.
Oh,
What the hell?
hey, Sileps!
Welcome. You are in just in time.
We're having an emotional RP moment.
Yes, you're just in time to see about aiding or impeding Karanzi. Everyone seems to be saying aid.
No.
Hello, Wisp. Anywho, back to the conversation at hand.
Yes.
Emotions.
If you don't mind, I would like to have some more discussions of what we were talking about before.
What would you like to know?
The ship that the banker came in on, do you remember anything about it? Any markings?
You get to the word do when the bell rings. Bong. Bong. And then the wall behind Graylin collapses.
Bum.
I remember, so I'll look past him through his new window.
He turns and looks at this himself. By Thalasso. What is this?
What do we see through our new opening?
He, I have to go to the proper layer. He sort of steps through the hole, the collapsed wall, and you see a bricked floor tunnel. It stretches further down. What is this?
You are unaware of this?
There was never a passage behind this wall. How could this be?
There are lots of strange things happening. As during our last discussion, the last I knew, the year was 1400. A lot has changed.
He stumbles past you and sits on his bed. He seems to be breathing quite hard. This has been a rough day.
He's an old man. Be nice to Grandpa.
You
I'll
and...
look.
Oh, sorry. I was going to
Sorry.
say,
No, go on.
you and your companions. I don't imagine that armor's for show.
No, it is not.
Whatever seems to have caused this, whatever seems to have caused all of this, I I humbly request. He seems desperate as he says this. That you all search whatever this chamber is. But before you do, he places a hand on your shoulder and he begins to recite something. Congratulations. You're no longer fatigued, and in your particular case, no longer poisoned.
Hey!
Does that only apply to Farum?
Currently.
Okay.
Yeah. My gratitude.
Please, I don't have much aid I can offer, but I feel an ill omen from all of this.
We have been walking through it for a period of time now. Whatever is affected here infected us.
I'm putting-
We'll look,
I'm
at
putting it
least.
back here.
I'll try and convince them to look through there. At the very least, I will. I'll go and grab them.
Oh no, he's gonna go grab Gecko and Catrus.
And Melody.
And Melody.
And Melody, yes.
Oh,
You're all going in on this adventure.
He's going to grab
At least
you.
I'm going to try and convince you all anyway.
If you think he's gonna lie a hand on me.
I've already grabbed your shoulder once at some point in this session, I think.
You did. But you were in a church, so you were okay.
Alright.
Yeah, I get to hear.
Yeah, Melody, are you stepping down the steps?
Yeah.
Uh,
I
yeah.
will have folded up Farum's blanket and I'm carrying it back down.
Melody seems to be walking in a new pair of clothes. Kind of. It's different. It's not too undifferent from what they were before, but not as, per se, revealing. But, no, that's not necessarily true because it's clinging to you quite tightly.
Listen, there's something there.
Mm-hmm. I guess that's true.
She probably would have reapplied the bandages on her legs, so they fit her legs now. So she probably doesn't have the bandages covering her feet any longer, but it's all down her leg. I'm going to whisper really quick to Mox.
Oh, whoa. Oh, whoa. Did you send it? There it is.
There.
I'll leave that to you.
Okay. She no longer has her seaweed belt.
Melody without the weed.
Melody without the weed. She's sober now.
Tragic. Got sober at church.
Unbelievable.
The scandal.
The scandal. Okay, so you're heading down. Farum is stepping out. What are you two doing? Still intimidating the
Drunk.
hungover cultists,
Yeah, being a nuisance.
being a
Don't call
nuisance.
them cultists.
I'm gonna call this
Congregation.
group cultists.
They're
Call
potential
them
cultists.
cultists.
They're gonna be my cult soon.
I'm gonna call them cultists. You and Greenling get a pass, but I don't know about these five.
That's fair. I can accept that. I mean, I don't know if Melody's not a cultist.
A different
I mean-
kind of cultist.
Different flavor of cult.
Different flavor.
What
Aren't
makes
all religions
something
cults?
a cult? I was gonna say, what makes something a cult?
Not having as much influence and power as other things makes you a cult.
I was gonna say tax exemption.
That too.
And how controlling of the followers it is.
Son of a bitch.
Yes.
Okay,
And I think whatever's happening to me is is about to happen.
interesting.
X.
Nice.
Nice.
You almost had the funny number.
So close.
What in the fuck is that?
Oh no, I don't like the
Uh-oh.
sound of that.
See, last I checked, that you were getting an aid roll, so I don't know.
Just because it's aid doesn't mean it's aid.
Could be Sunny treat for Sunny.
Could be. Bye, Scilabs.
Hi, Cylaps. Have a good night's sleep.
Okay. Okay.
Okay.
Okay.
Alright.
All right.
No.
All right.
No, that's stupid. I'm re-rolling.
What was it?
I'm not telling.
I want to know now.
I don't have to.
Oh,
But what if
Doyle
I ask
laughed.
real
It was the
nice-
same fucking number.
It's not.
The gods
You know what?
Bad to tell.
I'll let you have that one. That's a very strange thing, but you know what? That is genuinely an aid. I don't know. I hope to God it doesn't come into effect here, but congratulations, Ferrum. You may not feel it, but there is a guardian angel watching you, and if in the next minute you were to suddenly die, you'll be fine. Congratulations.
If the big iron bell above us were to suddenly fall on top of you, you're fine.
Alaki is watching over me.
Uh-huh.
Fucking open the bell like the fucking cartoon.
Good lord. Anywho. So, you guys are intimidating the cultists. Melody's walking forward. Ferrum's rounding the corner. What now?
Well, there's been a
Are the
request
cult
made of
people-
us.
I was gonna say the cult
Sorry, no,
people
go
still
ahead.
holding their ears.
Yes, they are still in pain.
Okay.
They got headaches.
I'll look over and just see them.
Just kind of lying on the various pews and around, just in pain.
What did
None
you
of them
do?
have any. None of them have anything to say to Melody right now.
No, they're too busy going, ugh. Melody probably heard them complaining about the bells, honestly.
Mm-hmm. Which, you know, that's not normal. Typically, people don't complain about the bell. Well, correction. They typically don't complain about the bell unless it's late.
Probably not in that way either. Oh,
Or
okay.
it's gone off a lot.
I'll take a look at the bell.
Take a look at the bell. Hey, look at that. The symbol of Alaki is on that bell.
I'll kind of stop.
Hey,
Why
Ferrum,
wasn't that? Yeah.
roll me a perception.
Okay.
Only you.
Sure.
Not a disadvantage, congratulations.
No. Hey!
That's a good peeper.
Hello.
You got good peepers there.
Yeah, a good peeper. Yeah. My one good eye.
You're one good eye. You're one good eye.
There'd be a lot of typing, yo.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Oh man, we're in paragraph 2.
Menacing, menacing, menacing. Catch burst into flames.
Something, something. It's snowing on Mount Fuji.
Oh. I kind of just, yeah, I kind of stop and then just start looking all around. And start whispering prayers.
Oh.
Can we hear him praying?
Whispering prayers, but I suppose you could probably make out that he's praying.
Catra kind of like looks over her shoulder at Farah and goes, "Oh, not you too."
I'll just look back and it's like, how many symbols do you see?
Where, on the bell?
Melody looks up at the whale skeleton.
3.
1.
What do you
Why?
mean by symbols?
How many can you see?
How many do I see? A lot. A lot.
I like elbow Gecko. Add him to the bunch of fucking crazy ones.
Do I hear that?
I don't know if they were hiding it.
Why are you hiding it? Is the question.
I whispered it, but I guess you've got Elven hearing, so probably could hear it.
I'm confused. You want me to beat them up or not?
Outside the church.
I thought we had a request though.
No.
At this point, Melody is
Unless
going
you
to
want
bring you
it.
to and just... Speaking of...
So what was that name?
Melody will turn to Gecko and Catras and just, what are you speaking of?
There was a request. I don't know. Farum came around the corner and said that, and then started talking about symbols.
Honestly, Melody, best you leave being in this room with these people.
She will side-eye them as they seem very out of it and step past for him.
Yes, we've been asked to explore a passage that was behind Father Greenland's room.
I'm guessing this sounds completely weird to me. This, like,
Yes.
I've never heard of this.
Very strange.
Oh, sweet. Is there something for me to punch?
There might be. We don't know what's down there. He's just asked us to explore there.
Oh
It
no, the
opened up.
timer.
Well, I'm in.
I don't trust
It'll-
this Father Greenland. Why are we all listening to what he has to say? He's telling us we're in the different year. He's telling us to go to explore a secret passage. He's got a weird freaky bell that makes people's ears hurt, and he's got a point growing in the middle of his church.
Father Greenland is far more honorable than you could ever hope to be.
This is really funny considering the only person left was Catras, and the only thing left was Impede.
Actually, fuck everyone. Like,
I
go
didn't
fuck
vote.
yourselves.
I didn't vote on that one.
I tried to get
Well, but
Impede
what
on me, and I got wild.
The
So don't look at me.
Only thing left was Impede.
Fuck's sake.
Don't know.
see my face right now.
It's bloody murder.
And I'm about as impressed as Catros is.
You shrink 2 inches. Whoa!
Make sure.
Father Greenland is a more honorable man than you say, and you watch as Catros literally shrinks a little bit. Mew.
Atros got cold.
Okay.
I'm sorry. You gotta admit that's funny though.
Catros looks at Melody and she yells, well, I hear from these guys that maybe you're not the honourable one and that maybe Father Green's a bit too nice with you. But hey, what am I to know?
I want to imagine that.
Giving you a death glare.
I want to imagine that while you're saying this, you're just gradually getting smaller.
I don't imagine it would be massively visible.
No, but it's
so
a
short
it's a
already,
slow thing, but it is.
Yeah, Melody is just giving you a death glare.
I'd be careful giving me that stare around here when I've got people who would like me to do something.
You won't.
Yeah, we're in a church, remember?
Ah, yes, correct. We are in a church, but we might not be if we go into this cave.
I do not fear you, Catros.
I'm not saying you should fear me. You should fear my friends.
What friends could you ever have? And she is going to walk into Greenland's room.
You walk in. Greenland acknowledges you, and he seems to whisper a prayer for you. You are no longer exhausted.
Yay.
Catros kind of
That's
whispers
just-
to herself, Rocky's my friend, and like grumbly starts walking towards Gecko.
Get this done.
I can't believe Melody actually owned Catros.
You just walked away. I'm not gonna yell. She doesn't care about you that much.
Yeah, you're not that committed to the argument.
Yeah, Catros doesn't get that much.
Okay, I take it you're all moving into this passage?
Yes, I am.
Alright. So, as each of you pass the Father, he whispers a prayer to you all, and you are all removed of fatigue. To showcase things, you guys step into the passageway and find it's very cramped and very narrow. At the end of this hallway, you find a gated door. There's no real lock on it, and it's relatively easy to push open. On the other side of the passage is one final passage that leads to a trap door. It is aged, and the wood on it seems quite brittle. What do you do?
What order did we come in here?
You should figure that out.
Catchers will be lost.
I'll take
Melody
point.
might be first. Okay, never mind. Faram's first.
So
Yeah, I got my shield that I can hold up in case there is anything in the way.
yeah.
Yeah.
So, like this?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
As we were going through, were there any symbols in here?
No, actually. The walls are pretty barren. They're made of the same material that the rest of the building appears to be made out of, but the ground is a completely different material.
Yeah, what is the ground made out of?
It's made out of some sort of polished stone. I think the only person who could really figure out what kind of stone would be Katros, if they care enough.
Depends, is Faram asking her?
Well, I was just asking in general, just asking aloud, so if I don't know, I don't know. Yeah.
I mean, I can find out if you'd like.
That's up to you. It's would you be would Katros be interested, and then would Katros even tell us once Katros learned?
She wouldn't be interested, but she could do it.
I'll at least say out loud that his notes. The ground seems to be of a different material to these walls, and different from that. I assume it's different to that of the rest of the church as well. The ground inside the church.
Yes.
Can I have a... Can I find out what stone it is?
Yes. Yes, you can. Roll me a d20 and add your intelligence modifier.
Roll you a 20,
Yeah.
and then intelligence. Oh, it's just that 18.
It is known as Andesine Feldspar.
Katros sighs. She goes, "It's Andesine Feldspar, you idiot."
Here's the thing. This is really weird rock to be in an area that was seemingly in the ocean.
She loves her rocks, man.
You do.
She thinks everyone should know everything about rocks.
I'm not that versed in stonework, but this is not out of place with everything else around that we've seen.
Might be. I come from the mountains.
This would say that basically this is from straight volcanic rock.
There are no volcanoes nearby.
There are no volcanoes nearby.
Yeah, I don't think Katros has seen a volcano.
Definitely seen the insides of volcanic regions, though.
Yeah.
Alright, let me get something quickly set up.
Okay.
And now, transition! And I need to change the music. No more of this sad church music.
More sad.
No more sad. No. We get dark church music.
Definitely not listening to my own music.
I just imagine Gecko has his own internal soundtrack.
Alrighty. So, first thing I need to establish before we go further into this, because while I knew the answer beforehand, it has changed with the new party dynamic. Who all has dark vision?
Yes.
No.
Everybody but Gecko.
You open the trapdoor, and you find a sort of cave network. It is a drop down here, however. So everybody, you're going to have to roll me either an athletics or acrobatics of your choosing, as I will decide how you get down here. You either climb down or you jump down.
As first, I'll go and athletics.
Roll it.
No!
Fumble.
Aw. Well, at least
That
good
was
thing
a
you were
one.
the first one to go down.
Does that mean you rolled a 1?
Yeah, I accidentally clicked that too soon. So high or low there?
Low.
Okay, new roll. Mm. Was that a disadvantage?
No, I accidentally clicked roll. Don't mind me.
Okay. So, Farum, you go to climb down, and because that's what it was, right? It was athletics.
Athletics.
Yeah, you go to climb down, and as you are doing so, your shield gets stuck in the trap door.
Okay.
And with a little bit of pulling and a little bit of force, you are eventually able to free it, but in doing so, you lose your balance and find yourself rolling down a corridor into the darkness. I'll reveal you in a second, but not
Okay.
right now.
For now, you are gone.
For now, you are gone in the dark.
I will be right back.
Okay. Who's next? I guess Melody would be next.
Yep.
Melody is next. After seeing that happen to Farum, she kind of like sticks her head down below to see if he's okay, and upon not being able to see him, she is going to take her chance and try and jump down with an acrobatics.
Do it.
7.
You jump down and do not land properly.
Ouch.
You are down here, though.
I land properly when I don't have shoes.
Gecko.
Yeah.
Melody just ate shit down there. And so did Farum, it seems.
Well, Melody better move.
Melody is going to move.
Melody, move. How you getting down there?
Athletics.
Do it.
Ayo.
Nat 20! Like it wasn't even a problem. Like it wasn't even a problem. However, fuck, it's dark down here.
Ugh. I'll light myself a torch.
Okay, never mind then. Light yourself a torch. You got yourself a torch. Congratulations.
Yeah.
And now finally, Catrice.
Athletics.
While not as graceful as Gecko, you still get down pretty well. You all descend into the cave. Before you, you are met with the scent of the ocean. The sounds of water rushing about this place. And there is a humidity in the air, completely different from the dry air you had just been exposed to. All along the walls are crystalline bits of coral, embedded and strung about. Immediately to your left appears to be a brook of some sort, leading down further in the cave system. And immediately in front of you is a stretch of cave that goes down You do not see Farum. And
Melody will
wait until
call out to Farum. Yeah.
we'll have to wait for Karanzi for that one.
And I'm back.
Yeah.
Hey, welcome back.
Welcome back.
Welcome back
They
here,
can't
sir.
see you, apparently.
They can't.
Oh. Alright. How am I? As I can't see what I'm. Oh, I'm just going. What's happening? Describe to me what's happening.
You're rolling.
The DM.
You're rolling.
I'm rolling.
Are we like barrel rolling or are we like roly-polying?
He is just kind of tumbling down the way. There is a racket, and it echoes throughout the cave.
Is there
Farum,
anything? Yeah.
you do eventually come to a rest.
Okay.
And as I described for everyone else, but you weren't here for it, the scent of the ocean greets you. And around you, embedded in the walls in various areas. Oh, did that not reveal? I don't
Oh, there
think-
he is.
I see a square.
There we go. You see crystalline bits of coral embedded into the walls in various locations. You come to a rest. You feel a bit battered, but no worse for wear.
I'll call back. I'm okay.
Your voice echoes. None of you on the
Oh,
other hand. No.
Could I hear their call for me while I was tumbling?
No, actually.
Oh.
Oh.
And your voices echo down, but your sounds do not reverberate to each other. You hear vibrations, essentially, but nothing else. No words.
It's like you have a friend with a really shitty microphone and you just hear them go. "Brr, brr, brr." You can't actually hear what they're saying. That's
No,
what
just
I'm
kind of like
picturing.
just
rumbles.
Tremors.
Rumbles. Echoing through the cave.
All right. I'll have a look around. What do I see anything else? Because I only see a single. I see two squares where I'm
Yep.
for me.
I am trying to be vague for intentional purposes.
Yeah.
Immediately around you, and I'll give you this. You see a path that you rolled from, and then you see a path forward. You are at an incline, or at the middle of an incline. To the way north slopes downward from your perspective, and the way to your right keeps going further and further deeper. So it's an uphill thing to the north, downhill thing to the east. And you're kind of at a flat part.
Cool. All right. I picked myself up. I've still got my shield. Yeah.
You still got your stuff, yes.
Cool. All right. Awesome.
All right.
Um.
I'll let you consider things for a second as I get back to everyone else. Okay. You don't see Farum. And your call does not get met back with a proper response.
Melody is going to start walking forward.
Alright, so you're heading down this way. As you do, the ground slants dramatically. If you were to go any further from your current position, you're going to have to try and maintain your balance, or else you'll find yourself going tumbling down. I will say, though, that you are able to...
Say, well, I can just grab a rope, and then I realize I don't have my rope anymore. That's gone.
Mhm.
So I'm gonna have to take my chances.
You also have this over here.
What's this? Is this water?
Yes, this is that water I mentioned before. It doesn't seem particularly deep.
Well, I probably would go that way, but I saw Ferrum fall this way, so should I do athletics or acrobatics to try and go down the slope?
Just with no tools?
Yeah, with no tools.
Acrobatics.
That's what I'm better in. 18.
Alright. You are able to slide down. You hear a sliding noise behind you, Pharaoh. And you see a Melody appear. Catrus and Gecko.
Yes.
You just saw Melody walk forward after calling out to Pharaoh, and then they disappeared into the darkness.
Are we like stood basically like we are next to each other, right? Like we can see each other.
Yeah, you can see each other.
Okay.
Yeah.
There's a torch that's been lit in here that Gecko is holding.
Mm-hmm. How deep is this water roughly over here?
For most people, it would be about ankle deep. For you, it's probably closer to your knee.
That's such a big discrepancy.
I put the height chart. I shared the height chart.
Uh-huh.
I know, but it just makes me laugh.
It's right there.
It's closer.
So
I didn't
small.
say it is at your knee. I said it's closer to your knee.
Like between, like my halfway up my shin.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And I'm assuming I can't see where it ends.
You cannot.
Is it possible to skirt around the outside, or is it all completely?
It is all completely water, unless you want to somehow try and make your way between bits of this crystalline coral that's growing from the walls, which will require some incredible acrobatics.
Yeah, not that good. I'm gonna think about what I'm gonna do.
All right. Gecko.
All right. I'm gonna go down. I'm gonna go down. Yeah.
I'm gonna go into the water.
Yeah. Why not?
All right. You splash into the water. Now, while your voices weren't able to get to everybody, everyone does hear the splashing of Gecko. So for you two down here, you hear the sounds of something splashing in water above you. I guess from where you came.
Melody will briefly turn towards that, but turn back to Ferrum.
Mm-hmm.
I'll look up towards the sound. What was that up there?
I suppose they're taking an alternate path. There's water up there. Are you all right?
Trying to pat myself down. Yeah, no.
Physically, he's
Okay.
fine. Emotionally, he might be a little wounded.
Head's a little dizzy, but other than that, no, I'm okay. I'll quickly walk. I'll go over here very quickly. How easy would it look to go back up that way?
It looks like it's gonna be a bitch. It's quite the angle, but more so, the ground itself appears to be slippery. Not by like a slime or anything that's coating it, but it seems like your footing has a rough time staying.
It's slick.
Yes.
Slick stone. Yeah. We're not getting back up this way. I'll try and call up. See if they can hear me, at least from here.
Your voice echoes.
Katros! Okay, just echoes.
Your voice echoes and is lost in the darkness.
I'll look at Melody. Well, the only way that we can go is to the east here. Well, we can only go this way. I very much doubt I know which direction I'm facing.
No,
after
yeah,
that tumble.
you especially are disoriented.
It looks like there's only one way for us to go. Taking up my shield and pulling out my warhammer.
All right.
Shall we?
So,
She will nod and follow, pulling out her shell.
all right, y'all. Let's roll ourselves a new initiative. Let's get rid of the previous one.
We catch this is a 100 initiative.
No, there's no more of an initiative, y'all. Now make roll an initiative.
Alright.
7. 22. 23. Hold on, you need to be higher.
I think it will rearrange itself eventually.
And now we need Melody.
Can I just
12.
ask very quickly,
Mhm.
am I the only one who's got a name?
No.
Or am
No.
The only one who doesn't
It's
have a
only
name is
showing
Gecko.
Your name to yours.
I... Okay, that's my next question, if it was only showing...
'Cause I'm only
The
seeing
name's me.
Melody's name.
Yeah, genuinely the only person
Okay.
I see who doesn't have a name in the thing is Gecko, but I see Gecko's picture, so it's fine.
Yeah.
Alright. So, top of the order, Katris. Katris, what you doing?
She sees Gecko go wading in, so I guess she decides she'll follow him.
I'd rather follow Gecko than the two elves that she's been arguing with for fucking days at this point.
Yeah, not to mention that he's super tall and I'm super small. But you are both also everyone's tall and I'm just small at this point.
You got smaller, haha. That's from the devil trying to take you into hell.
I got distracted. I was supposed to do this a bit ago.
See if this works.
It doesn't work.
Oh, yeah, no, it is working.
Oh, no, it does work.
Then.
It's great. It's great. It's wonderful. It's
Alright, Snoo, you get to point the gun.
Oh, myself.
Alright. Anywho, Katris, what you doing?
I'm just following Gecko.
Alright. So you want to move when Gecko move?
Yep.
Fair enough. Then Ferrum.
Yeah.
Let me review.
I was gonna say,
Some more.
I sit down.
No, reveal. I said reveal. Why did you not reveal? Why did you hide? The darkness encroaches on you. No.
The hit video game, Darkness?
Wow.
And its sequel, Darkness 2.
I love the darkness in Darkness 2. I even have the comic book. Alright. It is a downward slope from there. If you want to go further,
How steep? How steep of a downward slope?
the same as the one that you came down initially.
Oh, so it's just a steep decline.
Mm-hmm. It is whatever you make of it, because that's what the second vote's for. You just decide who's getting essentially shot first, quote unquote. It could be good, it could be bad. It's what everybody wants. It could be wild. I like wild.
Alright, I will... I will go to descend.
Alright. Are you just going down, or are you going down with tools?
I do not have tools to help me descend.
Alright, acrobatics!
Acrobatics, okie dokie. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. Uh-oh. Oh, okay, I'm down there now.
Here you are. You manage to slide down. You almost lose your footing towards the bottom, but manage to maintain some balance. As you get to the bottom, you see more of the cave opens up into some more of the water.
Alright, I'll turn back round and plant my feet in a stance, waiting for an expected melody to
come down.
come down, yeah.
Alright, cool. You're waiting for me to fumble. I got you, dude. Don't worry.
Yeah,
Here, hang on.
Speaking of which, melody.
There you go.
That's not a fumble.
Oh, that's not a fumble.
That's quite the gracefulness. As they slide down, and they slide down just fine. They hit the bottom, and they don't even seem to lose their balance even a little. It's the shoes. It's getting in your way.
The shoes. What shoes?
Your shoes. That's what.
It's for you.
Oh,
You
my
gotta
shoes.
take your
Yeah, yeah.
off,
Yeah.
And then you'll be better at this. Simple. Now that Melody doesn't have bandages on her feet anymore, she can actually fucking do acrobatics. That's all that was holding her back.
Well, yes, clothes.
Clearly, this is the answer. Melody, quick, take off the...
Ah, yes! Clearly, you get stronger on this planet by getting naked! No, we just wear weighted clothing. Oh, yeah, yes, that'd be stupid.
Fantasy... female fantasy armor logic.
Uh-huh.
Yes.
Okay. Gecko.
We're gonna move forward 30 starting out.
Alrighty. Yeah.
That gets me
20.
Yeah, it gets me 20.
Yeah. Catch us, follow. Okay.
I guess I will dash to keep going.
You're trying to leave me, bitch.
Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Hold on. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo, even, odd. Oh. Oh. Oh.
It's the all for.
Okay. I need to look at something.
Why are you knowing? Just laugh with it.
It's just never good. Honestly, if you guys could see the misery on my face throughout the entire time we play, it's amazing I don't age from this.
D&D stressful?
That would be entertaining.
It's so stressful.
It is
I think it'd be
stressful.
entertaining to see.
Mox, what do you mean is D&D stressful? I literally have to get up and go piss multiple times during a session because I'm getting so nervous.
Okay,
I'm
let's
just
see
eating
here.
so much food out of stress. I ate my dinner A mini chocolate bar, a big chocolate bar, and 3/4 of a share bag of crisps.
What's your AC, Catrice?
13.
13?
Oh,
Mhm.
Okay, well, this hits.
Told you it wasn't good, guys.
You take 8 points of damage. And you are grappled. Gecko,
Yeah.
you hear a sudden struggling in the water behind you.
Wait. No, never mind.
Hello, old
Does
friend.
this class as a surprise?
hello, old friend.
Because I can't be surprised.
It didn't get advantage on you.
No, but I can't be surprised at all.
You still got hit.
Yeah,
Okay.
That was just a regular attack. They didn't get advantage.
yeah. That's what alert does. You can't have they can't have advantage on you, even if you can't see them,
Well, that's
as
too
long as
different.
you're awake.
Because what my thing says is you can't be surprised while you are conscious, and then it's got another thing about advantage.
Yeah, but there's a chance that this monster might have had some sort of camouflage, and until it moves, you can't see it.
It does have a camouflage.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's why.
So, Gecko,
Yeah.
there is currently a tentacle that is in the process of thrashing Catrice around behind you.
Okay.
I'll put it here. No, it would. Oh, sorry. It would be here, actually. I think all you've done is done your movement.
Yes.
Is there anything you would like to do?
Oh, you want some help?
Is Catherine able to speak?
Yes.
Depends if you want to.
You're being grappled by a giant tentacle, and you're like, I guess you could help me if you want.
Baka.
Baka.
Alright, that's good enough for Gecko. He wants to fight.
Alright, give me a fight. How you fight?
You punch.
Punch.
That's an 11 hit.
Does an 11 hit? Yes, actually.
Oh, cool.
Punches his tentacle.
Yeah, actually, it does in fact hit. Roll your damage.
10.
10 damage. Oof. Let me just mark that you've done 10 damage to it. Okay.
Alright. I'm out of actions.
Okay. Catros, you are being grappled by a giant tentacle.
Hmm. I sure am.
Yes, you are.
Gecko punched it, don't worry.
He did. Am I able to get to both of my hands?
No.
Can you explain how his tentacle is wrapped around me, please?
From your leg up, it is wrapped around you, up. Your lower and upper body are restrained. Including
Right.
your arms being pinned to your side.
I can't remember what the thing is, but I'll do whatever that thing is where you just try and get out of it.
Try and escape the grapple.
Yeah, I can't remember what it's called though.
Athletics or
acrobatics, yes.
Either or.
Either, yes.
either.
Either. You choose.
Okay, hold on. I was doing a setup for a thing. It didn't seem to reset after I told it to reset. Now it's reset. And it's working. Hooray. Okay, now let me see what's going on. That is not enough, unfortunately, to break free. You are struggling well against it, but it seems to have a very firm grasp on you.
Well, I'm fucked.
Ferrum.
Mhm.
You hear more splashing. That's the extent of that.
Can't understand
close-
the
Closed caption
direction.
in brackets, water splashing.
Hold on. Tentacle.
Tackle.
10 tackles.
Tentacles. Alright. I'll walk up to the edge here.
Mm-hmm.
Is the water flowing in a direction?
It is.
Or
It
is it
is.
stagnant?
It is flowing currently to the west.
Alright. What do I see looking west and east? Well, to my left and right.
Yeah. You see more water and more cave.
Is that as far as I can see with the dark vision?
Yes, actually.
Ooh, okay, that's bad.
This is advanced darkness.
It is advanced darkness. It is working, I can promise. But it's a little strained.
Yeah, no. Melody, should we try and find the water's source?
Well, considering otherwise the church would be in a desert, I think so.
Hmm. No, I'll start heading upriver.
Alright, so that's going to be eastward.
Yes. Taking my time and just having a look around as best as I can as I go. Being easy with it.
Alright. Melody's turn is technically afterwards, so it looks like you're following Ferrum.
I'm just following Ferrum.
Okay.
Until, quote-unquote, something happens, I'm just following Ferrum.
Fair enough. And that's about as far as you guys are really going to get for now, since you're taking it slow, it sounded like.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Then, it is back to the boy. Gecko.
Time to punch.
Time to punch. Yeah, that punch.
8 more bludgeoning.
8 more bludgeon on the bludgeoned tentacle.
Yes.
It certainly looks bludgeoned.
Excellent. Tender.
Tender. Is there anything else you would like to do?
Right.
No.
Okay. Tentacle turn. The tentacle. I do apologize for this.
Yeah?
The tentacle. Come on, damn thing. Why do this? I choose a decolor and I do not want to work. Work for me, damn it. There we go. The tentacle releases an inky cloud upon being assaulted. Which apparently has now gone over everybody, but it's fine. It lets go of its grip of Catrus and then sinks into the water. I wish I could put this behind There we go. Catrus, you are covered in ink.
You're blue, you're bald, you're covered in ink. This day couldn't get any worse.
Well, she's had worse days.
It really hasn't even been a full day yet.
It's been like an hour.
I guess I instinctively just like go to wipe my eyes, I guess.
Alright. Clean your face up. Able to do so.
And I guess that's probably what she's gonna do for now.
Alright. Farum. Which I guess by extension means Melody as well.
Yeah, gonna move up
Okay.
another 10 feet.
It gets a lot thinner here, you see.
The
Well, you're-
path gets thinner.
Yes. It's going to be a tight squeeze, but it is doable.
Harder for you because you're in big, bulky armor.
It's also going to be difficult for you since you're now big and bulky too.
Melody is the opposite of big and bulky, I'll have you know.
You grew 10 inches.
Yeah. Not 10 inches wide. I'm not fucking Putin walking over here. That would be Gatris.
I beg to differ.
Put me back. Accept me, God. Jesus Christ. Wide Melody.
Just Ron DeSantis.
Can't believe you fucking enlightened her.
Yeah,
How do you unclip from the grid?
If you hold Alt and then let go of your character, they'll just go where you put them. It's very helpful for these maps that don't seem to want to follow the grid.
I was having a hell of a time, man.
Yeah, it's not your
No,
fault.
no,
I'm
that's
not mad at you.
no, that's not your fault. No,
Why is everyone so mean to me?
Look
we're
at me.
not.
Everybody
It's not your
is so mean to me.
Look, I'm the pessimistic one.
It's a joke. It's a joke. It's fine. I'm making a funny haha. Besides, you're the ones in danger, not me.
All right.
So are you two gonna start moving through that?
Aram, you only move 10 feet. You can move farther.
Yeah. Even half movement, you can move at least one more space.
Yeah, hang on.
He doing a think.
Yes, I'm doing think. Oh no. We've been flipped upside down.
Oh, what have you done?
Stop moving. Stop moving. Oh, you broke it. You broke it. You shouldn't have moved. There.
Yeah, gonna start shimmying up this area then, I guess.
Alright. You're gonna be able to shimmy about here. Alright.
Shimmy, shimmy.
Shimmy, shimmy. Gecko.
Well, let's keep moving forward.
Katros, are you still following Gecko?
Yes.
Okay, let me reveal. Are you taking a slow or are you just moving your full movement?
Move my full movement.
Okay. Hold on. Position yourself over down there. That's only 25, I know. I'm going to reveal some things. Because it's choice time.
Yeah.
As you step further down, you see that the water has a second stream that is flowing through it. The water itself seems to be going southwards, but it seems to be coming from the west and the north from the path that you took.
Okay.
Katros, you get to be here too. Well, kind
Oh,
of.
I get to be that close.
You get to be about here. Well, probably about here.
Maybe here.
Maybe you're wide too.
Oh my god.
Jesus.
Did you not see what happened to Melody?
Well, man, deserved it.
Oh.
Melody deserves to take up 4 squares lengthwise.
4 squares.
Yes.
Can I assume the way to my right is very narrow? Or my left? Or left? Left.
The way to your right is, however, in front of you is dry land that you can walk on.
Oh.
It's more cave surface. Somewhat flat. Somewhat.
Yeah.
It's uneven, but, you know, it's not, like, slanted.
Yeah. Then I'll step up onto dry land.
Alright, I'll
And
reveal.
that'll be the it.
Cool, I'll reveal more things for you. But only for you.
Wow.
Wow. Okay. It's the tentacle's turn. Woo. The tentacle.
Grabs Katros again.
The tentacle. The tentacle does tentacle things.
Wow.
It catches. Catches what you do. Drinky?
I think I muted myself by accident.
Ah,
I tried
nice.
to unmute myself and I muted myself.
I see.
Are we able to just like stand on that land? Like,
Yes.
We can just get onto it without ease. Then I guess I'll just go stand next to Coco.
Alright, fair enough. Feel one more square. End of your turn?
Yeah.
Alright. Farum. And Melody by extension.
Well, we'll keep going.
Alright. Okay. What's your AC right now?
Who's?
Farum.
18.
18. Well, wouldn't you know it, the tentacle does not grab you.
Do I feel it?
Well, you certainly see it. So what happens is, as you are walking through this narrow passageway, okay,
Yeah.
this thing attempts to grab you, and upon feeling something starting to work its way up your leg, you jump backwards as the thing lashes out, not able to fully make its grapple as it intended. Its ass is exposed now. Oh no.
Yeah, so
Can I give it a- Can I give it a bash?
It is still your turn, so yes.
Yeah, I'm gonna give it a bash.
Give it a bash. Hold on. That should be an 18. for some reason it didn't include.
Oh, okay, yeah, I didn't.
Did what?
I didn't note down that I'd lost my shield of faith. That's my fault.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry.
10. 10? You swing and you miss.
Ooh, okay.
Melody, there's a tentacle attacking Ferrum.
Yes, foul beast of Leviathan. I don't think I can hit that without hitting Ferrum, so I think I'm a little stuck.
Fair enough. Anything you would like to do?
I don't think there's really anything I can do. I guess I'll hold action, and if anything happens to Ferrum, I will try to attack the tentacle.
Fair enough.
However, Ferrum, you do hear Melody mutter under her breath of foul beast of Leviathan.
Speaking of Melody.
Yes. Oh no.
Oh wait, no, yeah, that's the.
Uh-huh.
Alrighty then.
Uh-huh.
Sounding more like stress toilet breaks coming again. Oh!
I am off. I am gone. Okay, goodbye everyone.
Foul beast of Leviathan, Melody mutters under their breath, when they suddenly disappear.
Oh, did you get shunted into the astral plane?
They did, in
Oh,
fact,
no.
get shunted into the astral plane.
Oh!
Oh no!
Oh, shit. Okay,
That's a
well, good
problem.
luck, Ferrum. Good luck, Ferrum. Goodbye. Don't die. I can't help you.
Arguably, I'm gonna say Melody's having a worse day.
Yes, actually. Actress's problems are all temporary.
Gecko.
Yeah, what's up?
It is your go.
Okay.
Hold on, you can do your thing. I'm just setting things up.
Yeah. I'm gonna actually head up down the stream now that Katros is on dry land. Because that looks like it either dead ends or snakes really funny.
Okay, give me a second.
I guess probably it dead ends.
Yeah. We may as well just explore that branch before continuing forward.
You hear a sort of gulping sound from this direction.
Okay.
And that's all I'm going to say.
Well, I still have some movement, so let's get up to here.
Okay. You step into here, and with the illumination of your torch, you are able to reveal that there is a cove here. And within the cove, this isn't a separate thing, by the way. What happened?
Tentacle!
I spit a boy!
Yeah.
It's on the wall.
He's in the wall!
He's in the goddamn walls.
You see, from what appears to be a hole in this floor, where the waters do appear to be pushing out of, a section of a tentacle that disappears into the water.
Okay.
And that's what you see.
Then, can I dash to go back?
You can!
Okay.
So he heads down that way and then runs the fuck back! Anything you want to say to Catrus?
More tentacles that way.
Well, good to know.
Speaking of tentacle, it's the tentacle's turn. And you know what? It feels like getting a piece of that elf. And I think it
You
did.
did.
Oh, it does.
Oh, shit, yeah, it does.
Alright. You have been hit by the tentacle. You take 6 damage. No, 7 damage, sorry. 7.
7 damage.
Yes, 7.
Alright.
You
guess
are
what?
also now grappled.
Well, guess what?
Uh-huh.
No. He just looks at
Maybe.
it and says, no.
Maybe. I am the storm that is approaching. No, I should have a thing for this, right?
I think you set up a thing for this because I know exactly what you're
Yeah.
doing. It is your counter, your riposte, essentially.
Yep. My rebuke.
Your rebuke.
I am the Eye of the Storm, Wrath Unleashed. Striking me is to fight the Tempest itself by the power in the name of Alaki. You face their retribution, and yes, I do hit them with Wrath of the Storm.
Wrath 'em.
So they need, they need to make a DC 12 Dexterity save, or DC 13 Dexterity save.
DC 13, let me see what their dexterity bonus is. You see, tentacles are known for being very dexterous.
Oh yeah, they get all up in there.
Yeah. Does a 6 win?
No, it does not.
Damn! The tentacle has failed me.
Yes, I believe.
I believe you do this at maximum because of your effects.
Well, no, that's if I do decide to use my channel divinity.
Instead, it looks like it takes 9 then.
Yeah, I'm doing it as just 9 damage.
Well, you blast it, and you blast this thing and create essentially a bit of calamari. The severed bit of the tentacle arm wriggles and slithers, leaving a inky trail through the water as it makes its way back. Katros and Gecko sees some dark fluid passing through the waters back in the way that Gecko ran from.
Ew.
This tentacle is here, but it is not a creature. It is a severed tentacle. Delicious. It is slightly cooked, I guess.
Nom 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 nom. Yeah, char grilled.
Mm.
Flash grilled.
Hold on, let me see something. Damn, that's a real fucking shame. You're gone for 4 turns.
Goodbye, everyone.
Oh, ho, ho, ho.
See you in 5 minutes.
See you in 5 minutes.
Okay, catch us.
This might be a really stupid idea, but I think I'm gonna pop my healing potion.
Okay. That's fair.
Yeah, but I only have 1, so that's the problem.
Did you guys divvy up the potions you got?
No, Snoop bought,
No.
Snoop bought them all, they kept them all.
I see.
I
That's right. That's right. I meant to divvy them up and I forgot.
Yeah.
And now you're in the astral plane.
I don't even know we've got them.
I completely fucking forgot.
Yeah, you're
so,
Well,
I mean, I'm just gonna
things
pop one I
happen.
have. 2d4, right? And then plus 2.
Sounds correct.
So 6.
I mean, hey, that's still 6 health.
Well, it's better.
Swig. So you could drink that as part of your movement, I believe.
Okay, and then I guess I'm gonna go to here and then have a look.
Okay. Reveal!
Guess I'll go to there then.
Reveal!
I'll go to there. Implying I'm dashing, but only in small amounts.
Reveal. Oh, come on. Reveal. I said, damn you. There, revealed.
Okay, and then she'll probably just stop there.
Alright. Ferrum, you have a broken off piece of tentacle right in front of you. Seared.
Is it around me or just on the floor?
It was, but now it's kind of spasming on the ground. Charred.
Alright, well, I'll look behind me
There is no melody.
first. There is no melody. I'll call out for melody.
I don't think you can hear someone on the astral plane.
No.
No, I'm aware. It is a futile thing. I'm very much.
No, yeah. I'm saying this for actually their sake, not yours.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, Melody's in a different dimension. There, I don't think there's really any way we can talk to each other at all.
No, there is not.
Okay. So you call out.
Well, hang on. So, given the space, there is no way. Given the space and everything behind it, there's no way that in the timing took for all of what happened here that Melody could have even made it round that corner, is there?
No, that really couldn't have happened.
Yeah. I curse. Like a sailor would.
He swears like a sailor.
I want to imagine he just starts
Arr.
swearing and he like swings his fucking mace into the dead tentacle.
No. I will at least move up a little more. But I don't really want to go too far, because obviously I've got no idea what on earth happened to Melody, so I don't want to go too far away from this spot, really.
Alright, fair enough.
But I'll at least move up and see what else is up here.
Sorry, I was reading some things.
No problem.
You see what appears to be a pool that this little creek is spilling from.
Alright. Turn end.
Alright. Melody!
Yep.
This is not your first time you've been here.
That's actually
What's
true,
that?
isn't it?
Back on the island, this happened as well.
Did it? I thought I was just blinded.
No, you got blinded as well.
Yeah, you got blinded and teleported to the astral plane.
I don't remember getting teleported to the astral plane, but Melody is just... Oh. She kind of like looks around, and I'm assuming there's like nothing here.
It's sort of a silvery land that you find yourself in. The ground below you, if you can even call it that, seems to move and swim like a liquid, but you find yourself floating above it, weightless. Gravity. Bits and particles of something hover in the air around you. And that's all I can describe for now.
Yeah. I guess she'll just kind of like... I guess she'll just chill for a second and just, saying out loud, I hope Faram's okay.
Okay. Gecko.
Okay. I guess I will head down after Katros.
All right.
5, 10, 15, 20, 30. Yeah, I guess we'll just dash and keep going.
Alrighty. You reveal this.
10, 15, 20.
Look in fear. Look in fear.
Wow.
Yeah, water.
Wow.
Water.
Okay.
Alright.
End
Splashing.
of my turn.
Farum, you hear splashing.
Splashing.
Yes, to the north. You can't see it from where you're currently positioned, but you do hear the splashing. Since nobody is paying attention to any of that now, a thing happens. Katros.
I guess I do.
All the way.
Yeah.
You find Farum, and what appears to be that tentacle that grabbed you earlier, severed and, crispy.
What happened to the tentacle?
It attacked me, so it got struck by lightning.
I love how nonchalant you are about reuniting.
Lightning in a cave?
Yes, the power of my deity.
Stupid god.
Really just
Stupid
keep
god,
talking.
yeah, good. Yeah.
You're not here, bitch. You're not here.
That was me as a player.
I've changed my mind on the fate thing. Because we're getting approaching time. It's that time when everybody can get hurt by it now.
Oh,
See, that's
Re-
what you meant by I changed my mind on the fate thing. I thought you were just gonna bullet Catrus again.
No. I changed my mind on
no,
the
I'm
fate
the one who
thing.
won.
Everybody gets hit now.
Okay.
Alright, well, I can't hurt anything in the astral plane, so that's fine.
Oh, it's not working. Bitch. Why do you do this to
No.
me, Pole? Pole!
Fucking Poland.
Goddamn Poland. Work, damn you! Work, damn you! Anywho,
Anyway, let's continue on while that.
Katros says to Farum, I wouldn't worry about going up there. Me and Gecko have been all the way around there and there's nothing but after them tentacles in a hole.
Okay, well at least there is a way back up at the very least.
okay, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna say tally count, and then I'm gonna make my vote, and every vote afterwards will just count at the end.
Well, Melody was behind me, but when the tentacle attacked, suddenly I turned round. I dealt with that, and suddenly I turned round, and she was gone.
No, tragedy.
Well, unless we get a surge, I think I know what's winning. Farum, your turn.
As you came through, was there anything more?
I should reveal
that
this.
line?
Not that I saw.
I'll kind of pick up there as a... Ah, Gecko, there you are as well.
He punched a tentacle.
I punched a tentacle.
Twice.
You also look to be covered in ink.
I've had worse.
Fair. I'll peer just round the corner to my left.
An outstretch of a cove.
Have you gone down this cove yet?
Not yet, was about to.
Okay. I'll move up at the very least to that.
For the moment, I'm going to take us out of initiative, since the whole group is here, and there's a tentacle that isn't in the mood for engaging anyone at the moment.
Okay.
Okay.
It's not like it's a malicious creature. He was just hungry.
Hungry.
I can't believe you would go and take his arm. I can't believe. I will say, though, that probably with exploration, you would have found this part, where this strange set of rock that's floating here is highly unstable. As soon as you put a single foot on it, the whole thing tips back under your weight.
Floating.
Yes.
If I take my foot off of it, does it go back to...
It sure do.
Can I look up? Is there like a shaft above it?
No. No, there's not.
Doesn't look like it. How can I see if like the depth of this pool is in?
The depth of it isn't any different than where you guys currently were. The only exception is currently where you two are standing. It is a little deeper, but not too much so. This one's actually up to your guys' knees.
How thick is this? Is it like a boulder rock, or is it like a slab?
Do you try to lift it?
No, I'm inspecting. I'm not worrying about how heavy it is. I just want to. It's like how thick it is.
About half the size of your palm. Could actually grab it.
Yeah. Hey, Gecko, do you want to try and give me a hand lifting this a little?
Sure.
Both of you give me a strong.
Wouldn't it be better to just have one help the other and give them advantage?
If they want to do it that way, they can. Or they can both roll a strong. I like that one more.
I'm real strong.
We're both very strong.
The chance of something funny happening could have happened.
Both of us rolling low.
That would have been
One of you roll a
hilarious.
6, one of you roll a 9.
Yeah! Romance blooms in the cave. Anywho. Farum, you're able to get a good grip on this. Despite your strength, the damn thing keeps slipping out of your hands and making this an awkward thing to pick up. You do make it, though. And the two of you do lift up to reveal that there is something underneath this giant rock face. Okay? You find what appears to be a series of crates. Now, I was having a bitch with layering as it was. After fighting with the goddamn church, I did not layer this. So you're just going to have to go with the theater of the mind, everybody.
Okay.
Underneath this rock are various crates. There are sacks and a couple of barrels around here. And it's very clear that in several of these containers are wine bottles, though one of the barrels is emitting a relatively foul smell.
No. Alright.
Just go stick your arm in that one.
I'm not going to.
It's a Catrus.
I'll call to Catros. Hey, Catros, we found some supplies here from amongst the things. While we hold this up, would you mind trying to grab some of them?
Can do.
All right, just move yourself over on top of the rock. That's not. They're lifting it. You're technically underneath it. Okay.
We'd be shrunk.
Funny thing is as Catrus leaves, poof,
Melody back.
Melody's back. Welcome back to the land of where you came from.
Yeah, which you can see that there's a fried tentacle on the ground. You can only hope that means Ferrum's okay.
You hear some splashing down the way that you were approaching.
Man, that's crazy. I'm gonna go this way.
If you want.
Oh.
If you
I'm
want.
tempted. I'm
I would.
tempted.
If you
You
want.
know what? That's good enough for me. I will.
Alright.
Dude.
No.
Alright. Move your movement.
I'm still gonna be walking carefully, so.
Okay.
Feet.
Oh, goody. Hooray. Just in time for me to, let Fate decide. Now, Fate has decided that you're all going to get aid. Boring! How dare the audience and you guys want to have good things happen to you?
Excuse you.
I know, you
Fair.
went... GMP'd.
At the time, Melody was stuck in the astral plane, and we were in combat.
I mean, this is great.
Otherwise, I
It's
would have gone chaos.
It's good. It's good for you guys, kind of. I don't know how many of you are really going to benefit from this. Congratulations. Everybody gets a whole 6 HP back.
Yes!
Hey!
But does that go onto the temporary HP?
Nope.
No, you can't heal temporary HP.
No. I don't get healing.
Gray, those numbers don't work like that. Gray, no. Gray, no.
Hey.
Back to full.
Go. This is the Gray roll. Congratulations, Gray. You got 41.
How do we aid Gray?
How do we
What do we
aid?
give?
Oh, we're not aiding Gray.
Oh, we're not.
No.
I want to give Gray the aid roll. Gray, heal 4
Wild
HP.
magic shit. Am I giving them wild magic?
Yes.
Okay. What's about to happen to
What? The option.
Congratulations, Gray. You get turned into a potted plant.
Gray? No way.
Yeah. Congratulations.
You're a fake.
Literally, that's what they rolled, was being turned into a potted plant. Who'd have thought audience participation would not be as in depth as this? You too can be turned into a potted plant if you catch this. I'm poisonous. You two are holding this rock up. Catros is in there looting around. Where do you go for? Do you go for the boxes, the barrels, the bags, or this particularly fermented, scented thing?
Oh, you know I love a fermented scented thing.
Somehow, I knew you were going to go for this. It's almost like I built it for this.
Just for you.
Do I want to do that though, or do I want to do the boxes and be responsible?
I'm afraid you've already made your choice.
What do you mean? I said the boxes first.
Yeah, like this fermented thing.
No, I said the boxes before that.
Trinky did say the boxes before the fermented thing.
Sure.
Which you reminded
And then
her
I
of.
just went, oh, you know how much I love that.
Fine. Fine. You go to the boxes. Do you open them up?
Are they heavy enough that I can move them?
What's your strength?
16.
16? Yeah. Yeah, they got some weight to them, but not enough to be a problem.
Do I have to like lift them up to these guys?
You can, like, push it out into the water.
Yeah, I'm just gonna like push the boxes out into the water.
Alright. They don't really float, so they're not really going anywhere.
And now I'm gonna look at the fermented thing.
Alright, that would be one of the barrels. It is letting off a not so pleasant scent.
Wonderful.
Sour and grotesque.
You know what must be done.
Alright. Yeah, I see where what you're doing.
Mm-hmm.
So, immediately and noticeable is that this thing has a stamp on it, okay? It has a stamp of what appears to be somewhat fruit-shaped things, mainly the likes of apples and grapes.
Ooh.
It's faded with
One
time,
item.
however. Well,
I'm
the
sticking my arm in the barrel.
I haven't even gotten to it. So you crack it open.
Yes.
Okay, before you stick your arm into it, you slow your roll. You are met with the powerful vapors of long-aged alcohol. As a dwarf, you're relatively unfazed, other than some of your nose hairs might curl in response to this. But this does actually bring back memories of home. You two, however, holding this rock, do get blasted with the scent of particularly strong, like moonshine.
Uh-oh.
No.
Now, if you want, you can shove your arm into it, you degenerate.
Yes, please.
Okay, that's nothing happened to us, that's okay.
Okay. It's just unpleasant, but you're not terribly close to it. You're at least distant enough that it's unpleasant, but that's about it. 1 second.
I give helpful plant oil for nose hair.
Gray is the best plant there has ever been. Yeah. We'll
And multi.
mhm. You plunge your arm into it. It's liquid at the top, but as your arm goes down further, you do feel something sloshing and giving way to your arm intruding on this fluid. It's kind of starting to sting a little bit.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm. What do you do?
Rummaging around.
You're rummaging around. Unfortunately for you, your little arm isn't going to be able to get to the bottom of this. If you want to investigate further, you're going to have to climb a little bit into this thing. And may I just say, again, this is particularly strong things. Like the kind of stuff that could be volatile. And there's somebody with a lit torch not that far from you I just want to bring up.
I'm imagining he's holding it in his mouth while he's holding the rock up.
He probably is.
Given how bad my roll was, I probably just used one arm for the
I kind of look at the barrel, give it like an angry little kick, and go, fine, not this one. And then go start moving, like pulling some of the bags and stuff out that were underneath as well.
Alright, your arm is now soaked and slick in whatever this material is.
Nice.
And a little sticky.
I had an arm that stunk so much it made one of them throw up and lose health, so I'm okay right now.
Both of us throw up, I think.
It was fantastic. Would do again.
All right, so you
I'm
go
gonna
to the
regret-
bags.
Yes.
All right. These bags are absolutely filled with some sort of aged alcohol. They're bottled and corked, preserved.
Oh, so these are like wineskins?
No, they're bottles. They're bottles in
Are-
bags.
Oh.
Are the bags
Oh,
heavy?
A little. Like, have you ever picked up a bag full of wine bottles? There's some weight to it. They clink and clunk in your arms.
I'm just gonna pull them out. Like basically anything I can pull out and move to where they are at the, like the top. I'm just gonna do that.
All right. Several of the barrels in here do appear to be empty. The bags are mostly filled with booze and push them out into the water. Those ones actually start to float away. They're not going to get very far. They get to about, let's see here. They get to about here before they kind of just come and rest. The only thing that's remaining after this is that particular barrel at this point.
I
Up or
look at the
down?
barrel.
Really quick. Up or down's new. Oop or doon? Oop. You're going oop. Okay. So, barrel.
I look at the barrel. I look at Gecko. Where is Gecko's torch?
Probably in his hand.
Yeah.
Gecko,
Yeah?
hold your torch in the air.
I'll hold it higher than it was already.
Yeah, like above your head.
Yeah.
Yep. I'm gonna kick the barrel over.
You're gonna kick it over.
Or I'm gonna do my efforts to either tip it over in some capacity.
Okay, roll me a strength.
pour the moonshine into the water. Get the octopus drunk. Let's go.
Now it's Melody who bursts into flames. Guess who's drinking colonoscopy prep? Oh, I'm so sorry,
Ooh,
Gray.
no.
Oh,
Oh, Gray. I'm so
Oh, no.
sorry.
well, yeah, that is sorry, but at least they didn't pick the other option, Gray.
True.
What's the other option?
An endoscopy.
Let's
Oh.
we'll leave that to be what it is.
Neither are great. I personally haven't had the colonoscopy, but I have had an endoscopy. It was not pleasant.
It's gonna be very a tricky colonoscopy after all. They are a potted plant.
They are a potted
Yeah.
plant. Should be easy in theory.
All right, you got yourself a natural 20 on that tipping over. You do in fact tip it over. Its contents do spill out into this little hole that you are currently in. And you see what appears to be the mushed up remains of whatever fruits had been in here to distill this stuff. But also a small box comes clinging out.
What does this box look like?
Well, when you pick it up, because you're going to have to inspect it and get some of the grime off of it, it does appear to be a little silver box.
Ooh, am I able to open the box?
You are able to open the box. Alright. And inside of the silver box, you find what appears to be a necklace.
Ooh, do I know what kind of necklace it is? Or is it just a necklace?
Well, it's a silver necklace. It's fairly pretty. The chain on it, while small, is locked together with a very fine metal. There is a charm dangling off of the front of it. It is a charm that looks mysteriously like a rather well-cut gem. It's blue and sort of sparkles in the torchlight being revealed by Gecko's torch.
Catrus will put the necklace in her pocket for now.
You put your...
Is there anything distinctly in like the box? Is there anything on like the inside of the box?
A little bit of a velvet covering that was nesting the necklace.
Okay. Am I okay to put it in my pocket?
You are okay to put it in your pocket.
Okay. And then I guess I'm gonna climb out from under the rock.
Alright. Climb it from under the rock. They smell insanely strong of alcohol. It is soaked into their lower ends of their clothes, their sleeve, and half of their shirt. And what's strange is Catro seems unaware of it, but the two of you notice that that strong smell appears to be even stronger coming from one of her pockets.
That's an odd thing to notice.
Hey, wait a
The
minute.
necklace. The necklace has an aura of smell.
Where's Melody?
Melody,
She
Yeah.
disappeared.
keep moving.
Yeah.
Move. No, yeah, move. Okay.
Right here. Sorry. After the last time I dropped my mouse, my left mouse button is being a little wonky. I might
Uh-oh.
need to take it apart later.
Oh.
Well, because I heard something rattling earlier, so like this is probably just a problem that's been waiting to happen.
You emerge and see what appears to be a more set bit of a cave face. The stream moving faster now. Everyone else, what are you guys doing?
I'll say to the Cantrils, to Cantrils, you find anything good in that last barrel?
Yeah, I found a box and I pull out the necklace that's in my pocket.
Mm-hmm.
Go. Can you see if it's got any magic on it?
Hey, Farum.
Yes.
They pull out what looks like a string, and attached at the end of the string is a coin. Catches, you got that.
A string with?
It's a very fancy necklace still in your hand.
Am I just drunk?
That's
Instantly drunk.
a string with a coin on it.
You see a string with a coin on it?
What do you see?
A string with a coin on it?
No, you still saw the
necklace.
the necklace with the
I'm lying
gem.
to your face.
Oh, okay. Fair enough.
Oh,
Shut up.
roll a deception
Oh, shut up
check
then.
Okay.
Character just
Oh, shut up.
Aaron's like, it's a string with a coin on it. What do you see? A string with a coin on it.
Yeah.
Right.
That's what I see. That's what you see. What kind of coin? I don't recognize it.
You have to get a closer look at it.
Yeah. May I? And I hold out my hand.
Of course.
This thing
My hand off.
is unpleasant to touch. It's
What is it?
oily. It sort of clings and sticks to your hand. It smells rancid.
Are you sure you want to hold it?
Yeah, I'm pulling a face. I don't think I do want to hold this. Do I? Looking at the coin, is it just a nondescript coin?
It is a gold coin, but it doesn't have a stamping at the general kingdoms around the area. No, this coin, on the end of it, has a skull stamped onto it. Not a Jolly Roger style, so it's not a skull and crossbones. It's just a skull.
No, it's just a skull. What kind? What kind of a skull do I see?
Hey, humanoid-ish.
Okay. Yeah. No, I'll hand it back. There's a skull on the coin.
You don't recognize it?
There's no markings of a kingdom.
I see.
Just the skull.
I shall hold on to it. Maybe we'll need it.
Fair
Catcher
enough.
just puts it back into her pocket.
Is there any markings left on my hand?
Yeah, there is a putrid residue from where this necklace had rested in your hand.
Fair enough. Gecko, we may as well let this rock go now.
I'll drop the rock.
You'll drop the rock. The rock
Drop the
clings
rock.
clings to the ground.
Alright, I'll put my hand in the water and shake off the bread. We'll try and shake off the residue if I can.
Alright.
Do I succeed?
Kinda. It's gonna take a little bit more than just water. It's gonna take a little bit of effort to get this out. Some elbow grease if you would, but yeah. All together.
Okay, then I'll go.
Sorry, I was just gonna go over the stuff that you guys have collected out because I'm sure you're gonna go over it. All together, you have yourself about 8 bottles of I'm gonna say fermented moonshine. You have yourselves at least 12 preserved rations of what had been the fruits for this that had just kind of dried out, but still are edible, shockingly. And then you have a
That was
bunch
12
of
rations, right?
yeah, about 12 rations worth of preserved fruits, dried fruits. And then the rest of it is unfortunately aged and destroyed materials of no value. Even to probably Catrus. Probably.
Probably.
I can't say for certain for what your character does and doesn't value. And you're already forcing me to include things like this. I'm just gonna tell you there was another one of these back at the village, but we didn't get a chance to go over that.
God damn it!
Shouldn't have been rude.
Love a barrel. Problem is, I
That's
always
it.
get random luck with them.
It does seem that there's just a lot of traps designed for you.
Because I'm predictable.
I've got a good idea as to what you're doing. But don't worry, I have things specifically for Snoo and Chalk already lined up, and they know how it works.
character is consistent.
Pharaoh, your time will come.
I'm
Can't
sure
wait
it
to run
will.
into a fog wall and teleport.
Ah, yes.
My
That's
character's
what you're going to be worried
consistent,
about.
They are predictable.
Alright.
It's sounding like I got a lot of trauma coming.
Melody.
Yeah. Is there anything in here?
Actually, there's scratch marks on the ground that show signs that there had been something here, but it has been moved. Doesn't look necessarily recent, but it's noticeable against the ground.
Can I try to discern what sort of scratch marks these are?
You can roll an investigation.
Sure, why not? No harm in doing so.
It looks like, with the bits and splinters you find in there, something heavy and wooden was moved through here.
but I'm assuming there's nothing else of note.
Nothing else of note.
Right. I will keep it going.
And this is about as far as you're really going to go because it's very obvious from where this makeshift style dock that is over this water rests. The water gets incredibly deep. The darkened colors speak for itself. Everybody else. What y'all doing?
I'm going downstream looking for our missing party member that no one answered me about.
Fair enough.
That's you.
Yeah, you
I
just
went,
said she disappeared.
Oh, I didn't come across on my end.
Wow, I'm being ignored so much tonight.
Everyone is so mean to me.
Everyone's ignoring me.
Everybody's so mean to me.
I ask questions and then I don't get told the answers and then everyone ignores me.
Hey, why did the tentacle move? Hold on. Whoa, hold on.
Oh no, what?
Sorry,
Whoa.
that was the wrong color apparently. Here we go.
Descends.
Darkness. There.
May the rats eat your eyes.
May the rats eat your eyes. And darkness comes. Anywho, move yourself, Gecko. Move thyself.
40, 45, 50.
We're out of initiative. You can just kind of free
Oh, okay.
move. You do see that the tentacle is being pushed downstream.
Okay.
You gotta go cut grass? No worries. You have a good one, Wisp. We're gonna end here soon as it is.
Yeah.
As we're picking up the stuff with the moonshine and the rations and everything, I'll just say to Catros, I will check for magic on that necklace you found when we get a respite. But for now, we should probably go and try and find Melody, along with following Gecko's lead. And I'll start moving.
Can I try to get on that dock, or will I have to, like, fight the current as soon as I step in the water?
You can stand on the dock, but I will not allow you to go any further.
I can go just right here?
Yeah, you can stand there.
Okay.
Be thankful.
Thank you, God.
You're welcome.
That's literally all I wanted to do.
Everybody's moving up. Okay.
Yeah.
Following the water trail, you are able to find, well, Melody back. Good for Ferrum. I guess good for Ferrum and Gecko. And they appear to be standing on what looks like a dock. Melody, you hear the splashing of water behind you.
I will glance behind me.
You see your friends and allies and Catros all making their way towards you. As you're doing this, Gecko,
Yes.
you see a tentacle start to emerge from the water and make its way towards Melody. And that is where we're going to end it.
Okay.
That's so funny. That's such a fucking anime-ass shit to do, is just Melody turns around to see her friends and, like, starts to wave at them, and then the monster appears behind her.
Next time on Dragon Ball Z.
Next time on D&D! Will our friends be able to survive this tentacle? What will they find deeper into this cavern? How many more terrible things is Catros gonna dive into? Will Gecko ever be able to make it to that appointment without being too late?
200 years too late.
Will Ferrum get a damn day of relaxation?
No. Never.
No.
These answers, right now, the answer is a lot, maybe, possibly, and no.
Sounds about right.
So I want to thank everybody for coming out today. I do appreciate it. Thank you to the players for putting up with these shenanigans. I do hope you have all enjoyed yourselves. Next time we'll figure this out. For those of you who are... for those of you who have caught this, Trinky, Karanzi, and Snoo all do their own streaming things. Absolutely go and check them out. What are your guys' plans for the weekend?
I'm going to work on more art comms tomorrow.
Shock. I'm gonna play some Apex.
Oh man.
Oh no, say it isn't so.
A new season, you say?
Yeah, new rank, man. It's wild times out here.
I was gonna say we hadn't discussed if we were going to do any puzzling this week, so
Sunday,
yeah.
very potentially.
But
we can.
is it? Yeah, I wasn't sure if it was race weekend.
It is not.
Then we can discuss that. So there might be puzzling on a Sunday, but who knows?
Yes.
Hey, hey.
And my room's
But-
not in shambles this weekend, so I can actually get to my desk.
But hey,
That is a win.
indeed. As for me, tomorrow, I don't know. Could be Advance Wars. I was meant to start it last week. Just there was a lot going on. It didn't happen. But Saturday we'll be continuing some more Cursed Halo. So that should be interesting.
Right on, right on. Alrighty. So, with that, I hope you all stay safe, stay hydrated, and remember to wash your hands. And we'll see you next time. The Island, the Blue Flame. Bye-bye!
Bye.
Bye bye.